はい。ビアジャード。はあ、眠い。トランスレーターチェック。トランスレーターチェック。それ。いや眠くなって寝ちゃった。はい。トランスレーターチェック。トランスレーターチェック。うん。トランスレーターチェック。トランスレーターチェック。ダメだな。全然、全然トランスレーターしない。I don't know why. トランスレーターチェック。トランスレーターチェック。できない。 ソーリー。いや。ああ。うん。まあ、そう、I did very fast and best sleep in 2 minutes. sad. そうだね。ユーティルしてるな。はい、名乗る。ブエノスノチェス。いや、まあ、
はよう。
おはよう。いつびって。これでどうかな。デュアルリーディング。ワニカニ。ワニカニ。ずっと漢字さいたっけ。なんで音出ないんだ。
どのサイ
I
ト？
don't know why リストリームチャット。どうしてだ。リストリーム。 なんでだ？怖い。なんで2で？exactly. I can. Okay, I will. 怖い。
テスト、
えYou already know.
テスト、
なんでだ？
People come into his stream and wonder why 3 people just keep asking about food.
来た来た。
Most of the time it's asking about soybeans. LOL. LMAO.
って何ですか？
納豆納豆、納豆 is my favorite food. は
I'll try it someday. Maybe. Getting over the smell might be the hurdle for me.
ちょっと大きいか。こんなもん。ああ、そうか。これを下げればいい
What a wit pog bones. Ha sounds like kimchi.
の。OK かな。
I've never had that either. I debate if Lightyear is worth watching in theaters, just came out and I'm tempted. I imagine the animation will be on point, looks kind of hype.
ワンポイント。
Ha, it wasn't very appealing to me, but I can see why people would want to see it.
あと、はぁ、やばいよ。
暇だから、行こうかなと思う。
いいね。となったら、よみちゃんが聞こえなくなったな。うーん。およみちゃんはいらない。なぜだ。よし、レッツゴー。なぜ。ああ。
美術クラスはやっと終わって、ちょっ
お、
と
終わった。
眠くになりました。
おやすみ。やっと終わって。いいね。
Well, that was a translation disaster.
いや、トランスレーション。is auf.
Like a mango.
マンゴ？
I did watch that house movie V suggested. It wasn't too bad, but I'm not sure if I really liked it.
人は、あ、トゥーバットか。
Orange, did you end up getting your Blender animation exported?
not yet. ブレンダーやるか。
At hink_halu nice.
ブレンダーどうだろう今出せるかな。
Ha
は
it.
あ。お、not yet. なんだせん。プロンプトリーパスってか、サンクス。いや、俺もね、はあ、はあ、FFmpeg エンディルアップ。 WebP に変換しようとして、うん。俺も、ちょっと、バージョンは、ちゃんとなってるかどうか。おっと、FFmpeg がまだ、I need to と、環境設定は、あれあれ、MB シチュエーション。おーい、は環境設定が、キャンプメンバーフレームを MP4 版につなぎ合わせ、exchange to ターゲット、大丈夫。ありがとう。はい。can, I can install. はあ、パスを練習し、うーん。まあでも、maybe I can make now. I will make pass and install ffmpeg now. いや、わたた。ffmpeg のテストフルビルでいいかな。で、新規で、あらららら、ffmpeg こっちか。あらららら。なぜか、パスが通じないな。FFmpeg to convert set image into video. なるほど。いやー、でもちょっと、I wanna install fmpeg directory. うーん。環境変数が定な。サンクスについて。でもちょっと、I am trying to install. ああ。ウィークなんで、ああ、ダヴィンチにインポートしてか。うん。ちょっと、だけ、どうして届かないのか。FFmpeg が。ダヴィンチ。ああ、ログファイルではいけるんだけどな。プログラムファイルいかに。動作に必要なファイルす同じフォルダに料理してる間です。多分の前にいないって。えーっと、必要なファイルをすべて同じフォルダに入れておく必要がある。うん。うんうん。ああ、ああ、新フォルダに移動させればいいかな。FFmpeg で、 動いてるなぁ。やっぱいいなぁ。と、これやっぱり作りたいわ。はい、そう、はい。リインストール Windows 10な。アンインストール Windows 11。さっき前言ったんだけどな。でだ、Windows 11でね。Output resolution isn't divisible by 2. 待って。これは正しく意味しない。うーん。まあでも、this not my problem. My computer don't have FFmpeg yet. So I want to install FFmpeg. ユーザーコントロールセンスなんだよね。うん。なぜだ。なぜだ。 再起動かな。再起動したらってことで。フレッシュ Windows インストール。何か起こったとき、見るために、フレッシュ Windows インストール。明日の場所が悪いのか。フル、 Yeah, this is my Blender project. Hi, BT. バップ。Maybe 20 hours or more. Game 環境の編集で、グラフィック How to apply. じゃあ、This is my tutorial movie. Let's check it.
progressively in your
Oh,
computer
sorry.
or at the end of a render if it's a video file. If your render takes too long, you can go back to render properties here, check that the render engine is Eevee, and try to decrease the sampling values. This will reduce the quality of the render.
ダメだ。 さあ、いや、昨日はいけたんだけどな。パス通んないんだよね。インストールして、もう一回、ブレンダー has grace pencil function. I'm learning this function. いや、I like it because I can make animation. I can animate my drawing. So I like it. It's fun. サンクス。これでパスでいいんだよな。添付に入れちゃう。プリーズミー。コマンドプロンプトがいけないのか、それともリスタートしないとダメなのか。リスタートしろって書いてないからな。 トムの瓶に入れるか。お、少々。Want to see your drawing. パス、元からあるところに全部入れちゃった。とかがね。なんでだ。はい。FFM ペグ。I can't make FFM ペグ。なんでだ。いや食いたんで。あれだね。いつビットとか、ヒンクの言う通り、入れ直した方がいいのかも。Yes, I could say. exactly. そうね。ロングラン。wouldn't solve the problem. キーフレームをじゃあ4にして、パスは通ったんだよな。トムに打ち込んで、FFmpeg は、インストールで FFmpeg。プリセットとかはいらないのかな。Yes. で、I can make この AVI allow データ。But couldn't, I can't make FFmpeg video. Really 助かる。サンクス。ちょっともう一度やってみるか。FFmpeg のパスは通った。けど、I can't open rendering situation because my FFmpeg don't working. 怖い。あれかな、ブレンダー用の FFmpeg があるのかな。rendering you don't get Windows の Windows レンダリング違うよね。ここだよね。レンダーだよね。もっとレンダーもっとレンダーアニメーション。Windows にレンダリングはないけどな。これどこだいやいやいや。これね。で、これで、出ない。I can't make FFmpeg animation. Yes, not working. ブレンダーは、今俺も何もわからん状態から勉強してるところです。ので今、ちょっとようやくこんなのがチュートリアル見ながら作れるようになった。けれど、これどうやってビデオにするかっていうので、出そうとしたら出ないですね。はい。ニコニコ、レンのウェルカム。mean to play at 10 fps to last で、セカンド。この、FFmpeg が使えないんだよね。これじゃないかな。FFmpeg じゃなくて、コーデックの問題。コンテナ。H.264 もない。コンテナがエンペグ4か。コンテナは何の意味がある？連打してると信じて、と、諦めるか。これは、ちょっと諦めて、連打してると信じて。
Would you try to read an incunabula?
イナキュビュラ I don't know イナキュビュラニキビキ
My laptop is so slow lol.
そうスローさあでもまあラップトップだしね放置しながらでも
Me neither. What is incunabula? It feels 5000 degrees C trying to render this lol.
Wow dangerous your laptop can destroy Earth
Ha, I'm almost afraid it's gonna shut itself down.
レンダリングしてんのかな多分してないと思うなこれレンダー動いてないもんなまあはい上をダヴィンチでやるかダヴィンチの
Ah, I didn't have the right Z order settings. Sad face.
オーダ
Everything rendered on top of each other lol.
ー Z オーダーセッティングお一はさうん
I sent you the file that my fresh Blender install rendered.
で MKV おーすごい
I think Blender must have
わ
PMEG
お
included.
すごい
I just used that blend file you sent me.
はいはいはいはいはいI could watch your movie
All I did was switch it to PMEG then rendered animation.
フィルムでレンダードアニメーションあ、そっかそっか、ちょっと待ってよ。これで、ちょっと待って、また、
ですと、
こっちか。
Could you try rendering it to 1920x1080? If it doesn't work, you can change it back to the resolution you have.
違うか。こっちで。please. Hold on. I will reset.
No problem.
De,ブレンダーで。Rendering it to 1920と1080. If it doesn't work, you can change it back to the resolution you have. レゾリューションを変える。
Instead of 2035x1662.
こうで、フレームレートが24で、
It might look bad, but I'm just curious if it will render.
おすごい。ジーニアスヒンク。I got it. すげえ。怖い。
So it seems like FMPEG or Blender fails to work properly at resolutions not divisible by 2.
ディビジブル、ヒンク、セイゼ。だって、と、resolutions not divisible by 2. で、俺は見れるかな。で、ドキュメントで、
What do you wanna make on Blender now, Orange?
Now か。なんだろう、何作りたいかな。I will try next tutorial. あれだね、ボーンでやるやつ。I wanna make with using bone. I wanna make animation that used bone system.
Make a 10 minutes animation Pog Bones.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. What the hell?
That will be a good learning experience.
If I
Learning transformations. And bones.
transformation とボンズ。じゃあ、I will
LUL.
makeブレンダーと、これかな ?MP4 で、
A bone is just a matrix that your transform vertices around P.
ちょっと、重いな。Feel heavy.
U asterisk.
マトリックス。トランスレーション、バーティクス、アラウンで。画角変えたいな、これ。うわぁ、画角失敗してる。
I'm not exactly sure the best way to render this properly with the power of 2 restriction.
Power of 2 restriction. Just a matrix that you transform vertex around.
I rendered the IO animation I sent you at 1920x1080 and cropped it using a different program.
Cropped it using different program. 頂点を変換するためのマトリックスに過ぎない。マトリックスだって your transform vertices 洗って。
Ha, you'll see, bones are easy once you get the hang of it.
あら、2のべき、はいはいはい、2のべき乗か。ってことは、2のべき乗。同じ。2のべき乗 ?2 で割れるんじゃなくて、べき乗なんだ。へえ、これなら作れる。これうまく出ないな。うわ、消えた。Not well working. Why? 途中で止まっちゃうわ。来た来た来た来た。I got it. よし。
Still failed to export?
いや、
Sad face.
I completed. やったー。I got it. Thanks, Hink.
No prob, that was a bad bug.いや、ちょっと感慨深いわ、これは。嬉しい。やったね。いやー、ようやく。レンダリングで。
2のべき以上。画像サイズか。
Surprised face. I should download Steam on this laptop and create a Japanese Steam account. B.
Then you can buy Japanese exclusive game.
I wonder if they block my VPN. LOL.
I hope they don't. Wow. Then you should use another VPN. 筑波大の VPN。これ。
Nice headscarf.
いいでしょう。はい。置くと。Good evening。これは、キュート。デザインで良くなったなと。英語やるか。はい。We'll start learning English. 全然この絵終わんないわ。まあ、伸ばしてるのも悪いんだけど。まず開ける。ビライトバック。
I think I abhor my new awning, but I'm not a buffoon slash slob slash oaf who wants to forfeit. It seems good. Surprised face, I'm sorry to hear that V. I was just talking last night ABT the word awning. It was a bit contrived. I saw it on a sign and forgot what it even meant. I had an abiding memory of the last one, but I don't mean to libel the guy who did it. Haha sweat, I hope I remember these words.
はい。
At Octopopple I learned this word in Portuguese along with the English one lul. LMAOOO, that's good, now I don't feel as dumb. Please disconnect from the VPN or proxy and try again, haha sweat. They caught me.
ああ、残念。Can
At
you
Hank_Hall
use
you'd be in trouble in China. LOL.
つくばユニバーシティ。バージョン VPN。
Please, disconnect from the VPN or proxy and come out with your hands up. Pog bones.
シアブルズ。母音違う。シアブルズは音節。Let it go. Fire で。Let's go. Authority. 本物。権威。Authority. 権限。Authentic が本物か。Authority が権限。出なかった。ユーフェミズム。婉曲表現。歪曲表。ユーフェミズム。
Speak.
これもやりたいな。ユーフェミズム。曲
Medium
表
White Star New Status. Closed Book Learning English.
dig 楽しむ understand dig confident confident 偶然の一致 confident confident でdeliberately she's been deliberately ignoring Emily わざと丁寧に慎重に濃いね。丁寧じゃないか。慎重に。slowly and carefully. Done in a way that was planned. Not by chance. Slowly and carefully. Ignoring. No-brainer. 当たり前。割り切った。The question of who to support in this action should be no-brainer. 当たり前に。should be a no-brainer. でなければ unless 欠陥 defective flagged defective 普及 prevalent
Medium White Star New Category. Just chatting.
普及確かに手元のカメラ使わないから、こっちのカメラ、ここに置いてもいいかもな。そうすればズームできるし。プレバレント。 手元のカメラも欲しい。もう一個買うか。横切る。インタラセクト。横切る。あなたの方。And yourself. How about you? How about you? スキャッタラ、まき散らす、産卵。起伏波動、アンデュレーション。アンデュレーション。気にしない不惑。アンフラズで、フラズで。フラズ。気にしない。気にしない。ない方。コノテーション。コンテイン。スクワッシュ。スクイーズ。スクワッシュ。スクイーズ。かぼちゃ。スクワッシュもあるのか。サーネーム、著者、作者。名字。インテントリー。アイロニカリー、with the leader has have no come from organized democratic forces. The regime guards against most intently, but from organized criminals. テントリー。わざと。真剣に。in a way that gives all your attention to something. All your attention. 真剣に。皮肉なことに。against most intently. 警戒する。against most intently. 気にするか。intently. Must happen not to come from organized democratic forces. The regime guards against most intently. Organized criminal. エキストラバーティで外交的。イントロバーティでエキストラバーティでバーティでハスル。煩わしい。面倒くさい。ハスル。面倒くさい。ハンブリー。謙虚。癒やしく。謙虚と癒やしくが一緒ってのが面白い。バラッド。物語。民謡。バラッド。民謡もある。困らす、苦しめる。to punish somebody, especially by asking them something many times. ペスタラティで。ペスタラティ。困らせる。苦しめる。They kept pestering him. Kept pestering him. Or is autograph. オートグラフ。発音なんて言うんだ。認証。ペスタラで。認証。権限だが、サーティフィケーション。認証がオーセンティック。間違ってないこれ。
morning,
英語だね。うまね。Don't worry and what somebody claims it and not
what are
copy.
you learning today?
I'm learning English. And FFmpeg. True and accurate. accurate が正確。accurate ってよく間違えるな。オーセンティック。認証じゃないよ。認証はサーティフィケーションだよね。本物。認証ではなくて。オーセンティックあるな。本場本物。
authentic,
authentic 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 from Greek authenticos principal genie 認識パワー理論自由
https://foodfraudadvisors.com/what is authentic food/
What is authentic food? The word authentic is used to describe an object that is not false or copied. It is genuine and real. true and accurate. Authentic food is food that is what is claims.
Claim.
Claim. Say something is true or have done something. True, although it has not been provided and no other people may not believe it. 他の人が信じなくて本物だということ。あることが真実であるということ。なんか難しいな。クレーム。クレームは要求じゃないのか。クレーム。リクエスト、デマンデ。クレーム。クレーム。主張する。ああ、主張
V claims
か。
to be Brazilian.
要求する、主張する。To say something is true. ああ、いや、exactly. I haven't seen in passport. Or some certification things. Claim that he claim he was not given a fair hearing.
私 wa 日本人です。
うまい。
No, he's American.
うわ。They are very claim. Yeah, claim. Allegation. Assertion. There are all words for.
V should take one of those American accent tests so we can see what part of the country he's from. If I say I am an alien, I'm pretty sure you don't say Jenna lol.
じゃないって言うと私は確信している。argue.
At Hink _ Hall LUL.
Allegation, assertion. There are all words for a statement that something is true, although it has not been proved. それは証明されていない。Claim a statement that something
You can
is
say
true.
Ghanaian claims to be an alien.
これはね、claim to be an alien. 要求主張クレイムはバーブか。フリーズルバーブ not no they are not all non form claims non adjuster person who works for an instance company 違うな。claimant a person who claims something because they believe they have a right to
Is
it.
too
お医者
formal.
さんと、フォアマル日常
My
会話で
accent is a
医
mix
者
of
の
Brazil,
方が普
the
通
US
か
and
な。
the
お医
UK,
者さ
so
ん
it might be really odd.
is casual. お医者さん is casual and 聞いて and me say お医者さん医者 is more formal than お医者さん mix of Brazil the US and UK real odd クライマンって
At
Climate.
Jado https
Climate.
www.newyorktimes.com
There
interactive
are
2014 upshot
very
dialectquizmap.html
climate.
will be Midwestern soon if he keeps listening to me.
What he is. What country he is. What country person he is. Is
Hell
he?
yeah, we're gonna turn him Midwestern.
Or
LOL.
you and you guys talk. そうか、じゃあ、
How would you address a group of 2 or more people? Equals yeah kappa.
2 or more people.
I can't imagine this quiz making any sense for non-English speakers lol. Old school. It's y'all.
How would you address a group of 2 or more people? You all use you guys. Right. And how you use and you guys talk. Please help me. This question is hell.
LOL poor orange.
What do you mean? What does the way you speak say about where you are from? Answer all the questions below to see you personal dialect map.
The third question is hard.
About this quiz, the data for
I
the
don't even
quiz.
understand it lol.
The data for the quiz and map shown here comes from over survey resource response collected from August to October 2030 by Josh Cutter, graphic editor for the
Some of these I could see two answers.
New York Times. Who developed this quiz and has since written Speaking American Visual Exploration of American
Pink.
Regional Dialect. レジョナルダイアレクト、地域の地方。
Octo B.
Most of the questions used in this quiz are
Do you know
based
anyone
on
on Earth who calls fireflies peeny wallies? 'Cause I don't. The answer is 42. Haha, I've never heard of that.
The answer is 40. わかんない。You guys. Most similarly. わー。へー。
I wish I could see the map for every answer instead of just the one I answered.
What do you call the night before Halloween? すごい。キ
I'm
ャ
gonna
ベ
call
ジ
them
ナイ
peeny
ト、
wallies from
グ
now
ーズ
on.
イナイ
Kemet
ト、
cat.
トリックナイト。
Yet I can't keep track of the
トリ
mouse.
ックナイトないの？
Asterisk maps.
What do you call a sweetened carbonated beverage? Beverage.
I wonder if there are some purposefully made up answers.
クリミナント。
LOL Coke. They put these in just to be mean.
クリミナントが No。クレイマントがクレイマントイコールクレイムなんfrom a person who receiving money from the state because they are unemployed.
Once I used the word youngster and a girl from the S
なるほど。
started cracking up LOL, then I noticed only old people say it. Claimant isn't common at all.
Isn't common. What is common from about claim?
Legal jargon.
Legal jargon. Verb. Speech.
Yet claim is common, but claimant sounds like something only a lawyer would say.
Claimant. Claim something to state. Legal right. Money. いやべえ、クレイムも cuss the word, a lot of meaning. Claim to be something. I don't claim to be. Claim somebody. Claim something to be. She isn't the saint that many have claimed her to be. Claim something. It is claim that. フォルム覚えなくていいか。まあ、just To say that something is true although it has not been provided. で、これだけでいいか。Please tell me クリミなんて easy
We
form.
don't have a need to call someone a claimant in everyday life. We would just say he/she is claiming.
クライミング。あ、そっか。要求する。いや、last example. There are 3 claimants about Umbi's country. Is it wrong? まあ、maybe some
He claims he
degree.
got mugged last night, but he
Yeah.
still has his Rolex.
Mugged last night, but he still has his Rolex. それは、そっか。はい。What do you call a sweetened carbonated beverage? そう、ビバレージがわかんないんだ。ビバレージ。
beverage,
Yanvi is the claimant
Be-
technically, I think, but no one would say it like
beverage.
that.
Is the claimant technically? No one would say it like that. Weird. ビバレージ。キリンビバレージってあるな。ビバレージ。Any type of drink except water. キリンビバレージは、ほんと飲み物なんだ。トピックドリンク、ドボリジン。フレンチビバレージ、ベースオンラテン、ビベレ。ビベレがトゥドリンク。面白い。ベースオンラテン、ビベレ。スイーテンでカーボネイティッド。ビバレージ、そうだ。炭酸水か。ポップコーク、トニック。そうだ。そうだ、当たった。What do you call a traffic jam caused by driver slowing down to look at an accident or other diversion on the side of the road? diversion. 気晴らし。
diversion,
diversion.
Diversion strikes again. Surprised face.
The act of changing the directions that somebody diversify somebody
Deja vu.
やったっけ前 somebody something is following or what something is useful 慣れていたもの気を散らすあれかディストラクトか diversion いやイエスタデイやったっけ detour a road or route that is はいはいはい。usual one is closed ね。確かに昨日やったな。回り道 diversion。ディバージョン昨日やったよね。ディストラクション or 回り道。ルート。娯楽。ダイバージョン。on the side of the road。娯楽。ラバーナック。ラバーネキング。ラバーネキング is the activity slowing down and gawking.
Number 3 is what I would pick lol.
Gawking.
The long answer lol.
Gawk.
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 I didn't know they had a word for that situation.
To show she stare at somebody in a rude or stupid way. Gawk.
Clumsy and gawky swabbles.
Gawk. 違う。
Gawk.
Gawk. Gawk. シノニムがゲイプ。Stop working like that. Perhaps related to absolute goal to gaze. がhe で。オールノースが to gaze が he でノルド語か。ノルド語って何？ノルドノースノルド語インドヨーロッパ語族ゲルマン語北欧ここら辺のワードクラガーススウェーデン人、ノルウェー人、アイスランド人、デンマーク人がドンスクツンガと呼ばれる同一の言語を話していた。ノースってそのまま北の
I've lived in Indiana all my life and that New York Times quiz says I talk like I'm from the West Coast.
いいんじゃない？ I talk like a ウエストコースト？
Haha.
インディアナ is not ウエストコースト？
Orange face.
はい。dank das.
What quiz?
This quiz.
It put my right outside Chicago. Indiana is considered Midwest. Me
ミッ
asterisk.
ドウェストなんだ。うわぁ。アメリカ is too vast. インディアナ。あれインディアナって、こっちじゃないの？インディアナ州、ミッドウエスト。グレイ
It
コ
was
ースウ
given the
ェイ
name Midwestern a long time ago before colonizers had moved to the West Coast, I think.
ミッドウエスタン中西部は昔に植民する前にウエストコーストに移った。
Midwest is really more like Central Northeast.
セントラルノースイースト。だよな。確かに位置してるのこっち側だもんね。一応アイスランドの法律。
The areas are pretty vague and subjective.
ウルフルヨートルによってアイスランドに導入。アルシングと呼ばれる年次総会が設立。その後、毎年夏になるとアイスランド人はスギュベリールに集まり、法制局長官を監督する司法上の会議。アイスランドやノルウェーでは多くの佐賀や詩がラテン文字で書かれた。ゴットランド。現代のアイスランド語話者は、このノルドで書かれた文章を理解することができる。相互理解性、ミュートラルインテリジビリティを持ってる。ふんふんふん。 スカイ、スキン、スカート、ギブ、ゲットは、このルトロに由来している。三人称複数名詞、they も、old north origin word。面白い。このルドー。What do you call a traffic jam caused by drivers driving? 知らない。ランバージャック。ルキーリュウ。ルーキーリュウ。リュウシーリュウ的な。ガウクブロック。いないって。What do you call a...
OURS has questions that weren't on mine.
じゃあ、there are a lot of type of questions. What do you call a large motor vehicle used to carry freight?
Or maybe my memory is just getting even worse.
それかも。Worse memory. Goods that are transported by ship, planes, trains or lorries. The system of transporting goods in transported by ship. 船、飛行機を輸送するシステム。フレイト。
LOL, they are definitely in a mixed order. Def.
Freight, hire of a ship of transporting goods from Middle Low German. Behet, variant of barked, six cow. Pair with flout. Freight.
Freight.
Freight. 音量が大きいな。Google がちょっとうるさいので、音量ミキサー開いても調整してくれない。なぜ？これぐらいでどう？
Freight.
まだうるさいな。
Freight.
これぐらいかな。right。次そう。運賃。積み荷ものことも言う。セミトラック。トラクタートレイナー。じゃあこれ。ローリーがわかんないんだ。トロ、
Brits backslash.
トロ、四輪二馬車。ブリッツ。あ、本当だ。ブリッツ。主にイギリスだ。ローリー。なんだろう。How do you pronounce カラメル？知らない。How do you pronounce the first syllable of
According to the
lawyer?
quiz, I speak East Coast.
East Coast person. What do you call a B road on which you drive relatively fast? Highway. Turnpike. There are a lot of unknown words. Do you call the large wildcat natives Americans? Mountain
Does
cat.
it say which cities? I just realized it has a top 3 cities.
What is the distinction between dinner and supper? I don't use word supper. わかんない。Do you call it mean rainfall while the sun is shining? Fox wedding. フォックスウェディングって言うの？モンキーウェディング。まあ、サンシャワーだよね。Maybe サンシャワー。フォックスウェディング。
At
まあ、ないよ
Octopopple
ね。
DC, Durham, and Greensboro.
うん。
I'm not sure if that's East Coast.
In Japanese, while the sun is
LMAOO, I only know DC.
rainfalls, when rain falls while the sun is shining, called 狐の嫁入り Fox wedding in Japanese. さすがに
Wow, really?
How do you
I
pronounce
say
this?
bin. That's wild.
Bin.
At Ghanaian British?
How do you pronounce bin? Bin. See. Bin. See.
狐の結婚。
狐の嫁入り。まあ、同じ意味だけど、でも、
American haha ginger cat.
いいよ。狐の嫁入り。
Cute.
動画であるか
At Ghanaian I see the question now, my bad.
これ、こんな感じだ。ちょっと解像度低いな。These are box。印籠がある。はい、
I'd
日が
laugh
出
if it
てい
puts
るのに
orange in like Hawaii.
ハワイ。トゥプトゥ
That would be awesome.
ハワイにオレンジを入れたらある。夜間の海尾が 4km 並ぶことを狐の
It told me I was Las Vegas, Paradise, and Sunrise Manor.
サンライズマー。狐の祝言。
I only know Vegas ID, never even heard of those
狐の
other
葬
two.
式とも言う。
At Octopopple, Nevada, California, and where? LUL. Never been asterisk 2.
狐火が輪の発光。
Heard of those other two, never been to Vegas.
What do you call the small freshwater lobster often found in lake and stream? Small freshwater lobster often found in lake and streams. Freshwater lobster. Crayfish. マードバーグだな。はい、ない。What do you call the small road parallel to the highway? サービスロード。サービスロードって言うんだ。Do you call the sweet spread that is on
At
a
Octopopple, yeah,
cake
exactly.
frosting or icing? frosting. Do you call something that is across the bus? Bus. Straight from you at an intersection. おはいを diagonally across from you in general. キティコーナーかわいいな。交差点で両方の道路を挟んでいるもの。両方の道路を挟んでいるもの。斜め向か
I
いの
got
もの。
Madison WI, Rockford IL, and Aurora IL LOL.
キテ
I
ィ
must
コーナ
sound
ー
goofy.
かわいい。What do you call the small gray bug? あなたは小さくて灰色の虫を That
WTH, at least yours seems close to home. At Hink_Hall all Midwest.
into a ball when it's touched.
25 questions is too
触
much.
ると丸くなる小さな灰色の虫。知らない。
I'm sorry Hink, I forget. Which state are you from again? I call that an imbua. ILLOL.
ピルバグ。ピルバグってなんだ。
And I have lived in Chicago, so it got my pretty good LOL.
ピルバグ、ダンゴムシ。
Me asterisk.
ピルバグ。
At translat_bot WTH, it was spot on WU.
ダンゴムシ。ピルバグ。これわらじ虫っぽい。Maybe there are a lot of
At Hink_Hall.
ピルバグ。
Pretty sure this might be an American insect cause I've never seen this shit.
あれあれ Don't you know?
At
This
Vijato, but you're
bug.
American too. WDYM.
There are a lot of ピルバグ in Japan. かわ
I
いい
loved
な。
these bugs as a kid. LOL.
スローバグ。ウッ
Tasty.
ドホース。
JK.
テイスティ。スローバグ。ウッデバグ。US。
Pill bug or Raleigh Polly.
ロリポリ。ロリポリ。キュートさ
Ooh,
ん。
I used to see these bugs as a child. It'd cow to spell roly poly.
ロリポリ。
Yet always Raleigh Polly for me, but as an adult I probably wouldn't say Raleigh Polly anymore. LOL. Raleigh Polly was right after all. Hey.
ロリポリ。スローバグ。
Yeah,
Would
kids' name
host.
for them.
キュートネーム。What do you call the thing from which you might drink water in the school? Bubbler. Bubbler. Water bubbler. Water fountain. れか。水飲むの。
Woodlouse is a terrible
ウォー
name
ター
for
ファウ
them.
ンテン。ウッド。ローズ。ライス。More insects that live on
I
the
think maybe the only reason we liked them as kids
bodies
was from the
of
name.
human and I. Ooh. Rose. うわー、シラミ。ローズ。へえ。あー、しまったな。さっきのに直接入れよった。ローズ。ライス。
If they were called
あ
woodlouse,
ー、
no one would
プ
play
ー
W them.
ライス。ライス。アイ
And
ス。
we couldn't see their creepy legs since they hit them when they rolled up.
プロ。
Hit them asterisk.
ライス。
Louse.
ラウ
At
ス。
octopopple lull.
ラウス。シラミ。
At hink underscore hall, yeah, exactly.
A very
Apologies in
unpleasant
advance
person.
for lice being the plural of louse. I didn't know the word louse till I was an adult, pretty much lol.
しらみつぶし。lice。louse。
Most PPL don't ever refer to a singular louse, almost always lice.
へえ、lice。
Since they come in terrible big groups.
いや。I use actually. そうだよな。一匹で見ない。しらみ。ロータリー。How do you pronounce crayon? Sound like crown with a C of rhymes.
I remember in school they check your hair for lice lul.
チェック。へえ。
Maybe you're putting too much time in really specific stuff. Lice is a good one.
Life.
At Ghanane lull.
まあ。多分でも俺もあった気もすんな。Maybe I had same check in my childhood. でもそんな、もうすでにいなかった気がするけれど。Sound like crayon. じゃあ、クレヨン。How do you pronounce the second syllable of pajama? Jam. パジャマ。ジャマ。パイン。パン。わからないからこれ。What do you call the area of grass in the middle of some street? 道の真ん中に生えてる、なんていうか。アイランドかっこいいな。What do you call the area of grass between the sidewalk and the road? 道と横の道にある草をなんていうか、そんなのあんの？テラス。バジ。I have no word for this. パーキング。ツリーラウン。いいな。かっこいいな。Your map。ここだ。 じゃあ、most similar が
LOL.
I'm Worcester Rotary. うん How you are yours and you
New
guys
England Orange.
talk. ここニューイングランド。じゃあ maybe this is Japan. Japan,
Damn Orange.
New England contain Japan. Claim. そう、全然暗記デック終わってないんじゃない？ラウンド1。ビーフ、バーガー、レッドミートフレッシュ。ティンビーフ。グラスフェッドビーフバーガー。レッドミートフレッシュ。コンテインビーフ。There are explicit written. Explicit. Exclipted. Clear and easy to understand. So that you have no doubt what is meant.
Explicit.
Explicit. Explicit.
Explicit.
X. Easy to understand. そう。わかりやすい。だから、あなたは、その意味を疑うことはない。Please. Saying
I
something.
tried the quiz with different answers, and I got Virginia, Texas, and Alaska.
アラスカってことは、
LOL.
上の方。
All over the map.
テキサスってそうか。サウスでアラスカがノース。Or person saying something clearly, exactly, and openly synonym frank.
Does Alaska have enough people to have their own accent P?
Describing or showing something, especially sexual activity, with a lot of detail. へえ。Sexual explicit film.
Certainly not Wyoming.
わかりやすい。easy to understand. ってことね。
I got Gaijin Pop Bones.
外人。
LOL.
with 外人 for me. They are script written claim being made about the food in example 3.食
I
べ
feel
物
like a
の
lot of indigenous PPL in
例
Alaska
があり
have
ま
a
した。
certain accent since a lot of northern native languages are still used in some pockets.
is beef. It comes from cow that have been fed on grass. 食べ物を食べている。草を食べた牛からできている。これは本当でしょうか？どうやって私たちは知るの？
Pockets equals places.
本物によれば、it would need to be it from a cow and it
But
would
IG that wouldn't be that widespread.
need to
At Vijado kinda yet.
authentic is key requirement of transaction。トランザクションはやりとり。We all expect to receive the food or drink。私たちは買うものを受け取る。Supplying food that is inauthentic。食べ物は本物ではない。オリーブとか。それらは that has been blended with。それはもっと安い野菜オイルからできたり混ぜられている。オレガノは他の葉っぱと混ぜられている。オーガニックプロダクト。that は is。正直に
Wait,
言っ
why
て
are
そ
we
れら
reading
は
about beef? LUL.
I'm reading about beef. Grown is proud.
Orange is hungry.
I'm starving. I need beans. I lost beans. ないな。
New words. Annealed and brittle. Copper tubes must be annealed after bending or they will be brittle.
Crime of cheating somebody in order to get money or goods illegally fraud. すでに入ってた。
LOL it about annealed, but brittle is a good one.
Read it. And it's a crime. それはcrime。それは犯罪だ。10% of
At
all
Vijado
food
brittle is a good
business
word.
are victim
Annealed is
of
usually
this
used in a
type of
technical
crime
context.
each year. で、これらの 10% の食べ物はその被害者である。食品偽装ってことか。Is your business at risk? あなたのビジネスは大丈夫ですか？そうそうそう。暗記デックがまだまだ残ってる。
At Vijado like quantum annealing.
オーソリティ本場本物。だからこれ違うんじゃないっけ？オーセンティックでしょ？オーソリティは権威。権限。 authority.
What's your
Authority.
mother tongue?
authority. authority もカースドワード。
At Vijado I don't have one. Surprised face.
あなたの方はどう How about you? 気にしない不惑。ファズ。refuse。この設定で
Given your English level, I know you're from Europe TP few fun.
気にしない不惑。アンファズで。アンファズで気にしない。You pre valent.
V thinks you are too smart to be American. Native Japanese and English I guessed.
prevalent. You 横切る。カットインじゃなくて、インディストじゃなくて、インターセクト。インターセクト。be right back.
At Hink_Hall he once said he wasn't a native LUL. I've heard that one before. From V. LUL. At Hink_Hall that's right. P.
今日は、ピーナッツ。
I wish I had lived in 7 different countries as a child, so I'd have 7 mother tongues kappa. At viajado that would be confusing lul. I love nuts.
and milk. You should marry with 7 women. Then you get 7 mother tongue. まあ、6でいいのか。
First day of school after leaving China and Spain. Hola, Wad Penjo. LOL polygamist v. What the fuck is a penjo, you dumb fuck?
Polygamist. Polygamist. Polygamist.
Polygamist. Polygamist.
LUL.
Pestered. 困らす、苦しめる。They kept pestering him with autograph. Mm-hmm. 外側アウトワールド。
You should
そう
add a
め、
tag to each one of those cards with Hank's nickname. Polygamist, Hank.
バタ臭いという表現を聞いたことがあるの？
ある。バ
Gage,
タ臭い。
Hank.
is common.
Shun, Hank.
うん。バタ臭いは、like,
LMAOOO, good to know.
1年に1回ぐらい聞いたり、言ったりするかも。
It's been in my Anki for a while but wasn't sure how common it was.
アンコモンワード。not rare ワード。
At Octopopple, did you build your deck?
うん。
At Octopopple, I am always building my deck. Yes.
ひざまずく。カムオーバー。オーディオス。憎らしい。いならしい。怪しい。悪趣味。
I can't understand the meaning of Formica not like this. At by Jado, me neither. What's that? A brand name for a type of hard plastic made into a thin sheet that is used to cover tabletops and other pieces of furniture, especially kitchen furniture. At viajado, well there you go, it's just a brand name. At viajado ayaivet.
Omiak artery.
At
Authority.
viajado asterisk I've used it.
睨み。自由裁量。認可。ライズザレイ。蓋を開ける。ライズザレイ。
Unerajado lul.
Go ahead and do it. Go ahead. そのまま続けて。してください。Go ahead. Keep moving. 当点 punctual. Punctuation. Punctuation. について何に対して regarding to according regarding string strang いやー紐付けられた太めの紐級の二流の inferior ブレータンって大胆ブレータンって露骨ブレータンって意味した方が良さそう。ブレータンとはdone in obvious and open way without caring if people are shocked. 露骨うわ、長え。Perhaps an alteration of Scott Brettant, believing it was first used by Spencer as an epithet for 1,000-ton monster produced by Severus and Chimera. It was subsequently used to mean clamorous, offensive to the air. Offensive to the air. First of people, later of things. The same unashamedly conspicuous arose in the late 90th century. モンスターメーカーによって作られた言葉。ブレテニング。千枚同士の怪物の別称としてブラタントビースト。 面白い。ブレタンドビーステ。恥ずけしげもなく目立つ。スペンサーって有名な作家なのかな？ It was first used by Spencer as an epitaph for thousand ton monster. Produced by Sales. ケルベロスか。
I keep forgetting the meaning of conspicuous. We also have this word, kappa.
Conspicuous. Conspicuous.
Conspicuous asterisk. And we asterisk.
スペンサーはエピテって、エピテ、
Epithet.
エピテって、
Epithet.
エピテ、not say エピテ。An adjective phrase that is used to describe somebody's character or most
Where
important
did you even find that word
quality.
lul?
Quality, especially in order to give praise or criticism. An offensive word or phrase that is used about a person or
Maybe I heard
Oh,
this word
people.
twice in my entire life lol.
epithet. Especially in order to give praise or criticism. Criticism.
Racial epithet. Clear-eyed was goddess Athena's epithet. Epithet is like a title from how I understand it. Those are contexts I've heard it in.
それらは文脈の中で聞いたことがある。is an icon title from How I Understood It っていう本からのタイトル。レイシャルエピテってクリアアイでアテナズエピテって確かにアテナの女神の別称。あ、それは面白い。 B ライトバック。
It's like a label, I guess.
レーベル、ラベル。あだ名。はははは。エピテって。ベル。悪口も含まれるんだ。通りな。クリアアイで。レイシャルエピテって。ギリシャ、付加された語。エピテフっていうのは聞いたことあるけれど。エピ、from Greek、エピテトン、ノイターオブエピテトス、attributed from エピテテナイが、エピテテナイ、all add from エピ、upon、ティテナイ、to place、エピテ、テティナイが to place を on to place。わかりづらい。エピが upon place。ブラタンって。で、ブラタントが、もう、モンスターで、横切る。インターセクト。しみじみ、but in violent and angry way。
Like a special name or phrase placed upon someone.
なるほ
Asterisk
ど。
someone.
プレイスで。そうかそうか。人の上に、プレイスで、リプレイス置くと。なるほどな。いいかって言って。エピアポンで、ティエ。
bestowed,
ベストウド、授与された。ベスト、授ける。結構、重要単語だ。ベスト。ベストで、授与。傾ける、捧げる。
bestow isn't common but not useless either. Kinda literary.
準一級ってからを使うんでしょう。ベストで。しみじん、ペスタード。違う、サレンリ、サレンリ、サレン
At Octopopple I bestow unto thee the title Octo of Popple.
で、サレン、静かにムッとする。サレンリ、背にする。ターニングアレイ。keep going。そのまま続けて。オディオス、憎らしい、怪しい。raise the lid。蓋を開ける。raise the lid。気にしない。non-phrase で。気に
That's
し
me
ない。
already.
unphrase。かき混ぜる。stir。blatant。露骨。It was
I
preceded
should
by
make my
Spencer and
profile pick an octopus at this
epithet for
point.
a 1,000-ton monster produced by Cerberus and Kerberos and Chimera.
What does raise
A
the lid
symbol
mean?
of
It makes no sense on Google
calumny.
Translator. Or a squid.
A symbol of the Baton Cloud.
Viajado tbh I'm not sure.
侮辱として
Viajado where'd you see that?
Clowny, which he called the Blatant
Is there
Beast.
extra context? Orange
Raise
is deck.
the lid mean. It makes no sense on Google Translator. Raise the lid.
Oh.
それで蓋を開ける。get, get, lit, get the 蓋は open the
Yet I feel like I've seen that in there but id. Raise the toilet's lid?
このフレーズはあれから来
Do
た
I
やつ。
see?
パンドラボックスストーリー used this word raise the lid パンドラ want to raised the lid of
Oh.
that box. Maybe it is
So like
of
literally just raising a lid.
story.
Oh,
raised the
slander
lid.
equals libel. So it's more literal then, like they physically raised the box's lid. No figurative meaning.
The box the lid. Figurative meaning. blatant. ブラタンとは、ブレータンって。感謝ね、グラティテュード。実行実施、エンフォースメント。スウェア、誓う。罵る。お前マジかよ。Are you guys for real? Admire. アドマイヤー。称賛、感心する。おほー、アドマイヤー。称賛、関心、アドマイヤー。血管不良、フラウデ。スマグ。
At vijado libel is on paper. Slander is oral.
侮辱。侮辱。despite。insult。してください。
Muzukashi.
難しいよ。してください。Go ahead, doing. アドマイヤー、称賛関心。しみじみムッド。Silently. 侮辱。insult. Oh,
If someone
yeah.
writes a shitty news article ABTU equals libel.
Shitty news article. Libel.
Someone says something shitty ABTU on the news on TV/radio equals slander. Clap. Maybe?
Thanks. ああ、もうなんか眠い。I'm sleepy. はあ。
Victory nap.
お疲れ。
ビクトリーナップ。いや、はい。Will make new blender
Maybe you guys are
tutorial.
just incredibly good at English, cause I don't know a specific vocabulary for this in Portuguese.
じゃあ、today learning is
I just say
over.
colonia.
Thanks for helping me to learn English.
TBH, I didn't quite realize the difference till Dank said something.
次のチュートリアルは何やろう。
Both would be considered defamation, I assume?
Hi everyone.
That
Welcome
difference
to
is
Channel
important in law.
Review.
not so much in everyday talk.
I hope you're well. I hope you had a great.
At Octopopple yup. I think so, Defamicao.
あいまだにこれ読めてないな。
day and enough time to develop your art and try new things lately. I got asked a lot about the software and the techniques I use to create these animations. Well,
こ
most
れ
of
す
you
ごい
already know
な
I use the free software Blender 3D, and most
これ見た
importantly,
ね。スタート。すごい。1000万、10万、100万、1000万。
Are you elated / exhilarated now, orange? Or bleary?
エキシラリテ
JK.
そうこのボーン使いたい。
Atsukare samachita.
お疲れ様。
Klutz GG.
エラテで。エレイティで。
the tool called Grease Pencil in that software.
Medium
So
white
what
star
can you
news
do with
status.
Blender's Grease Pencil
Television
tool?
studying Blender
This
3D.
video is not really a tutorial. I wanted to record some detailed tutorial during this whole year, but I never found the time to make a proper video, and you see the software evolves a lot, and even my technique changes all the time, so it was hard to settle on one content for a full tutorial. So I thought maybe I could start with a presentation where I would show one particular scene and I would explain what tools I used to create it. So I will give you all the keywords you need to know so you can search properly and learn from the many contents available on YouTube after watching this. Plus, after this presentation, I will give a few tips for beginners with an update about a tutorial that I made a year ago, and also I will showcase some artists that use the same grease pencil tool who might inspire you or help you with some tutorials. Today we are going to explore this particular scene. This is an artwork commissioned by the YouTube company. They asked me to create
I would watch an
animation for
entire
the
movie by
upcoming
this guy.
library of timer countdowns for premiere videos. So very soon,
いい
when you
うざ
launch your video
Me
as a
too.
YouTube
はい、
premiere,
終わんな。
you will have a list of new countdown themes for the 10 minutes before the launch, and my work will be in this list.
2。
This was a great opportunity, and I also made other scenes that will appear during the 10 minutes animation, but today we're going to focus on this particular scene. Everything you see here was created, drawn and animated in Blender 3D directly with a pen, tablet and a mouse. There is not a single JPEG or PNG imported from another software, and also I didn't have to buy any extra plugin to achieve this. It's all made with all the tools already available in Blender. This scene has It's all made with all the tools already
あの音
available
は
in
何
Blender. This scene has
あ
basically
の音
two types of objects, 3D
あ
objects
の
and
音と
Christmassy
は
objects. Of course, there are
What
also
sound?
elements like lights and grids and so on, but the things you see in the end are just the 3D stuff and Christmassy stuff.
Truck.
The 3D objects are easy to spot.
Oh,
It's the
truck.
teapot, the table,
Yeah,
the
outside.
blocks that make the floor, and the walls.
ガーベージ
And the Christmassy objects
Collector
are
car.
these hand-drawn clothes,
ゴ
and
ミ
these
収集
plants,
車
and the lines in the background, and also some lines drawn over some 3D objects. Yes, because Christmassy lines can also be drawn
Garbage
over the
truck.
surface of 3D objects, and we'll see that later. Extra element, I won't cover this part today, but for information, you can also
ド
Does
ス
sound
良き
rude.
に計らえ
inside
ソウン
Blender.
ドルで
Here on top of the image,
Yes.
there's a grain effect
ル
made with
ードupper class people use this word toward inferior person.
bunch of noise textures generated in Blender. I even added some dust and scratches that I drew manually with Christmas seal on top of the grains. But back to the scene contents now.
テク
First
スチャ
part,
ー入れてるん
the
だ。
Christmas dust and bunch of noise textures generated in the image. There's a grain effect made with a bunch of noise textures generated in Blender. I even added some dust and scratches that I drew manually with Christmas seal on top of the grains. But back to the scene contents now. First part, the Christmas seal objects. A Christmas seal object is like a piece of paper floating in space. You place it somewhere and you draw on it like if you were drawing on a canvas in the 2D software, except that now it's floating in 3D space and you can just draw on it with your pen tablet without leaving the software. The Christmas seal object is a canvas that can contain a hand-drawn animation with layers and masks and a lot of things, and the canvas itself can also be animated and deformed. It can be spread on a 3D object, and spoiler for the other scenes, it can be attached to other objects and move with them, or it can just move along like a single 3D object in a 3D scene, while still having its own layers and 2D animation inside, so it can do a lot of things. Here, for example, I drew this plant in a Christmas seal object, so the Christmas seal is just this transparent canvas that I placed here, and you can see the 2D frames displayed in the timeline below. And
This
the
shit looks
layers
so
in this panel.
complicated.
There is a loop effect on this object,
Or-
so the frames
Yeah,
just fill a
more.
portion of the
Hi.
timeline and they are repeated automatically.
Insane.
I started drawing the leaves frame by frame with traditional 2D techniques with onion skins,
Agree.
but for the images in between,
I can
I used the
understand.
sculpt tool to duplicate and deform the previous
スカルプ
image
トするこれこれ
and
これ
make a smooth transition to the
because
next.
I
Duplicate and
made
deform the previous in between. I
one
used the sculpt
tutorial
tool to duplicate and
that
deform the previous
needed
images and make a smooth transition to the next image.
30 or 40
Christmas
hours.
seal has a feature to smoothen your lines and to edit multiple frames at the same time. And there's also an auto interpolation feature, but you have to separate your drawing into simple parts to make it work properly. So I used it for little parts on the leaves, like the lights and the shadows. On top of this traditional 2D animation, I placed something called lattice. Lattice, I have no idea how to pronounce that. Lattice? It's
I
like
could
you're
barely
going
get
to
through
a
making one
Starbucks and
donut
you
in
ask
Blender,
for
then
a
I quit.
chai tea lattice. Basically, it's like a grid
でも
that
グリース
warps
ペンシル
everything
is
that you put in it.
fun.
Or
Warps them
Blender
in
quit
real
me and
time.
then I never went back.
You can animate your drawing without this tool, but in addition to the frame-by-frame animation in the object,
Blender back.
this can make the
No.
animation a bit more complex because, as you can
Blender
see, you can
Accept
move the points of the lattice in any direction, and
Every
the drawing attached to it
so-
will follow the grid smoothly.
if you
And even
want
more, you
to
can attach an armature to the lattice.
allow
It's the same armatures used for
飛び
3D
込む
animation, so
go
instead of animating the
to
lattice point by point,
his
you can just associate
breast.
each bone of your armature to a group of points of the lattice, and then when the armature moves, each bone grabs its
この
associated
ボ
points.
ーンがなんだかわ
When
かん
it
ないな。
in the but and it was like a how to I placed something called lattice. Lattice traditional to the
ラティス
animation.
ラティセ
I placed something called lattice. Lattice. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Lattice. It's like you're going to a Starbucks and you ask for chai tea lattice. Basically, it's like a grid that warps everything that you put in it, and it warps them in real time. You can animate your
するグリってラティセラティス
LUL.
ラティスラティス
Orange can't escape from the English practice.
exactly
Joke about how it sounds like latte.
ああはあラテラテからラティセラティセでラティス
lattice. I have no idea how to pronounce that.
ラティスが
It's like you're going to a Starbucks and you ask for chai tea lattice. Basically, it's like a grid that warps
グリッド
everything
で
that you
ラッ
put
プし
in
て
it, and it warps them in
あ
real time.
ははは
You can animate your drawing
な
without
る
this
ほど
tool,
ね
but in addition to the frame-by-frame animation, in the
Lattice is
object,
pronounced lattice.
this can make the
Lattice.
animation a bit more complex because, as you
ラ
can
ティ
see,
ス
you can move the points of the lattice in any direction, and the drawing attached to it will follow the grid smoothly. And even more, you can attach an armature to the lattice.
How much
It's the same armatures used for 3D
Yeah, he had
animation,
it
so
right from the start.
instead of animating the lattice point by point, you can just associate each bone of your armature to a group of points of the lattice, and then when the armature moves, each bone grabs its associated points, so the whole grid follows the bones, and the drawing follows the grid, and in the same time inside the drawing there's a 2D animation that is still playing, so the whole thing becomes like something more organic. So the drawing follows the grid, each
なんで
bone
フリー
grabs
グ
its
リッド
associated points,
これでポイン
so
ト
the
取
whole
得し
grid
て
follows the bones, and the drawing follows the grid, and in the same time inside the drawing there's a 2D animation that is still playing, so the whole thing becomes like something more organic.
I was watching some spelling
This
bee
idea
videos
of
earlier
adding
today.
a
LUL
deformer
boring
on
as
the
hell.
planes was not initially in the artwork for the commission.
面白くなさそう
LM
I added it
LMAOL.
later, and there was this idea of adding a deformer on the
Deformer,
lens was not initially in the artwork for
deformer.
the commission.
Deformer.
on the plant was entirely
Initially.
initially 最初は in the artwork for the commission
I saw a
added
cute
it
one a
later,
few
and
months
I was
ago.
not
Can't
sure if I
remember
would
if I
keep it,
sent
so
it.
it might not be in the final.
はい remember yeah, it later and I was not sure if I would keep it, so I might not be in the final
Video,
video.
but I wanted to show it in today's demo so you know that this option exists. The gloves are also just flat drawings, simple grease pencil objects. I also tried an alternate version with a lattice, and an armature to add an extra motion on the whole group, including the string.
すごい
The building at the back is just a group of 3 flat drawings, very simple grease pencil objects also. As you can see, you don't always need complex 3D shapes to make a scene like this. Most of my drawing are just flat drawings now. And that was not always the case, I admit. For my first artworks in Blender, I
LOL.
used to create complex grease pencil objects with a lot of faces inside.
Send it
As the
again.
example you can
Octo.
see in my old tutorial where I show how I create a juice box.
udo.b/ibd1
The main element in
Thanks.
this tutorial was made with one single grease pencil object, but with 3 faces inside. Well, if you already followed that tutorial, don't worry, you didn't lose your time because you actually learned the hard way. That is the technique I use for my most complex objects today.
So cute,
And
I
now
laugh every
for the
time.
simple parts in my creations, I just assemble multiple grease pencil objects that all have only one face, instead of making one single grease pencil object with many faces or planes inside. I will go back to that subject later in the part about the updates on my old tutorial, but for now, let's see the other objects in this scene. Little break, I got sick today and my voice is getting worse every hour, so sorry if I sound weird now. I'm going to try to finish this recording before I cannot talk anymore. This is also a grease pencil object, but it's different than the others. You don't really see where is the plane, the canvas. The strokes go on different planes and direction. This is because this time, when I am inside the drawing, which means in draw mode, instead of using this default option for a stroke placement, I switch it to surface. When this option is selected, everything that I draw is projected on the 3D surfaces below the pen. There can be weird things happening when you're drawing in this mode, like sometimes the lines are super far from the object, or sometimes they are half hidden inside the polygons. To fix that, you have to adjust this offset option. Most of the time for me it works with a value around 0.01, but it can be completely far from this value for some cases. In the current version of Blender, as I am recording this video, the ideal offset value seems to depend on the camera settings and the scale of the objects in the scene. And when you draw from the camera view, the drawings on 3D surfaces are more accurate and the offset seems to make more sense than when you draw from the free
フ
view
セッ
in the
トの方
viewport.
が理にかなってる。
This could be the subject of a whole video, but you will find more resources out there if you want to know more about how to draw on 3D surfaces.
At
with grease
Octopopple,
pencil.
why was he laughing?
Now let's see the
LUL.
other kind of objects in this scene, the 3D objects. Even if your plan is to just master 2D animation in Blender, some tips on 3D animation will help you a lot, even just for stuff like camera animation, modifiers, and also some crucial key shortcuts that will save hours of work. Because important tip, the shortcuts
At
used for
Octopopple
3D
BC, it's a
modeling
very
can
silly
also work
sounding
to edit
useless
3D
word.
drawings. I will give an example in the tips section later. But let's go back to the objects in the scene now. This teapot was modeled from a basic 3D cylinder, and to give this stylized aspect, I created my own cell shader or tool
It's so
shader
silly
if you
it
prefer
sounds
that
made
color
up.
name. This shader applies a custom color gradient on the object's surface, depending on where the lights fall. The gradient has sharp step transitions.
Ooh, I thought it sounded
and
like
I've
an
placed
actual
my
common
colors in
sentence.
each step of the gradient. The object is globally colored in shades of blue, and depending on the lights around, the brightest parts are turned into
なんで
yellow
なんでなんで
or
なんで
pink. My own
シェーダ
I
ー。
will give an example in the tips section because important tip animation on 3D objects. Even if now let's see the other kind. If you want to know more, this could be the subject of a whole video, but and the offset seems to make more sense than when you draw from the free view in the viewport. This could be the subject of a whole video, but you will find more resources out there if you want to know more about how to draw on 3D surfaces with grease pencil. Now let's see the other kind of objects in this scene, the 3D objects. Even if your plan is to just master 2D animation in Blender, some tips on 3D animation will help you a lot, even just for stuff like camera animation, modifiers and also some crucial key shortcuts that will save hours of work. Because important tip, the shortcuts used for 3D modeling can also work to edit your 2D drawings. I will give an example in the tips section later. But let's go back to the objects in the scene now. Because important tip, modifiers and also some crucial key shortcuts that will save hours of work. Because important tip, the shortcuts used for 3D modeling can also work to edit your 2D drawings. I will give an example in the tips section later. But let's go back to the objects in the scene now. This teapot was modeled from a basic 3D cylinder, and to give this stylized aspect, I created my own cell shader, or toon shader if you prefer that other name. This shader applies a custom color gradient on the object's surface, depending on where the lights fall. The gradient has sharp step transitions, and I've placed my colors in each step of the gradient. The object is globally colored in shades of blue, and depending on the lights around, the brightest parts are turned into yellow or pink.
シェーディング。
The gray shader applies a custom my own cell shader, or toon shader if you prefer that other name. This teapot was modeled from a basic 3D cylinder, and to give this stylized aspect, I created my own cell shader, or
トゥーシェーダー、トゥーシェーダー。
toon shader if you prefer that other name. This shader applies a custom color gradient on the object's surface, depending on where the lights fall. The gradient has sharp step transitions, and I've placed my colors in each step of the gradient. The object is globally colored in shades of blue, and depending on the lights around, the brightest parts are turned into yellow or pink. It could be any other color, these are just my usual colors. There are many tutorials about how to create your own toon shader in Blender. It involves some nodes, and I know nodes seem scary the first time you see them, but it's actually easy to understand and to manipulate. Around the object, there is this outline that I created using the Solidify modifier. Basically, this modifier duplicates the object on top of itself at a slightly bigger scale. I just invert the polygons on that copy, and I apply a dark texture on it, and this makes this outline effect. Some people call this technique the inverted hull or inverted normals method. I don't really know if it has a name. There are other ways in Blender. I don't really know if people call this technique the inverted hull or inverted normals method. I don't really know if it has a name. There are other ways in Blender to add outlines on 3D objects, but I like these techniques, and for the I just invert this modifier duplicates the object. Around the object, there is this outline that I created.
Modify モディファイアを使った。
Using the Solidify modifier. Basically, this modifier duplicates the object on top of itself at a slightly bigger scale. I just invert the polygons on that copy, and I apply a dark texture on it, and this makes this outline effect. Some people call this technique the inverted hull or inverted normals method. I don't really know if it has a name. There are other ways in Blender to add outlines on 3D objects, but I like these techniques, and for the result I am looking for, it's fast and simple. However, there's already another feature called Line Art Modifier.
Line Art Modifier.
Line
in
art.
Grease Pencil, and it looks very promising, so I will give it a try in my future projects. So that's it for this first presentation video. Yes, everything you see here is just a combination of 3D stuff and Grease Pencil stuff and some effects, grids, bones, etc. Nothing else. I will make some other breakdown videos, and I hope I'll have time for a more detailed tutorial soon, so I hope you got enough information from this video to start your journey for self-learning this Grease Pencil tool. Now, before my recommendations, a few more tips. First, I wanted to make an update for my previous Blender tutorial. A year ago, I made a tutorial to show how to create a juice box with just one single Grease Pencil object. This technique is still relevant, but now, as I told you before, I use that technique only for my complex 3D drawings. In that old tutorial, I show people how to draw an object starting from the face, then tweak some options to make the pencil draw on the side and then on the top, etc. All that pencil draw on the side and then on the top, etc. All that inside one single Grease Pencil object, or one canvas if you prefer. But today, if I have to create that same artwork, I would just create one face, I would draw inside, then I would leave the drawing, which means switch to object mode if you already followed that tutorial, and then I will duplicate the whole object, Shift D, you know this shortcut, and I would rotate it to the top, then I would draw inside, and then I will do the same for the side. And during all the process, I wouldn't have to switch face option or list. And I would rotate it to the top, then I would draw inside, and then I will do the same for the side. And I would rotate it to the top, then I will draw inside, and then I will do the same for the side. And during all the process, I wouldn't have to switch face options to side or top.
ああ、なるほど、なるほ
All the
ど。
objects now just have
はい
one
はい
face,
はいはい
the
はい
front
はい。
face. I would just have to jump from one Grease Pencil object to another,
はいはいは
and
いはい
always
はい
draw
はい。
on the front for each.
なるほどね。
Second tip, remember, it's important to also learn the basics of 3D modeling, at least for the key shortcuts. Second tip, remember,
おはよう
it's
ございま
important
す。
to also
お
learn
は
the
よう
basics
ご
of
ざい
3D
ます。
modeling, at least for the key shortcuts. Let's see one crucial shortcut, for example. This is a
最
shortcut
近
that
自画像
any
を描い
Blender
てます
user
か
must know.
自画像、
W
Suppose you have a drawing
自画像
placed
は
like
書い
this
て
in
ない
space.
です。最近
Suppose
とい
you
う
want to
か、
adjust the strokes inside this drawing.
いつも、
You go to
いつ
edit
も
mode
一度も書い
and
や、
the strokes
1回、
inside
2回
this
ぐらいは書いた
drawing.
ことあるか。
Suppose you want to adjust suppose you have a drawing placed like this that any Blender user must know. Suppose you have a drawing placed like this in space. Suppose you want to adjust the strokes inside this drawing. You go to edit mode, and when you try to move the lines, you see that it's impossible to keep the strokes in the same plane as the rest of the drawing because the canvas is not aligned to the orthogonal axis anymore. So if you grab the lines with the G key and press X, your lines are moving on the x-axis of the scene. But if you press G, then X twice, the lines
G
move
を押
along
してから X にこう押すと線、キャンパスに対して X 軸に移動する。If you press G, then X twice, line moves along. これ、わかりづらいかな。これ面白い。 うん。
Grease pencil.
G を押してから X を書いて。
The x-axis relative to your canvas, and this works for the y and z keys too. Y once, y twice, z once, z twice. This is just one of the most basic shortcuts, and there are many more that you need to discover out there. They are all in the tutorials about 3D modeling with Blender for beginners. Last tip, in the interface, this record button, it is the auto keying button, and I think it is enabled by default now when you start a project with a 2D animation template. With this button, it is the auto key tip. In the interface, this record button, it is the auto keying button, and I think it is enabled by default now when you start a project with a 2D animation template. With this button enabled, when you move in the timeline and start to draw, it creates new keyframes automatically, and that's great, but beware, this option also works for the 3D objects, so whatever you do in the scene, if you change the position of an object, a drawing, a camera or anything, the changes you make are gonna be saved as an animation, so you're gonna be surprised to see your stuff moving once you press the play button. So I try to enable this button only when I am drawing my 2D keyframes or when I am animating one specific object, and I try to not forget to disable it immediately when I am done. Immediately once only will be saved, a drawing, whatever you do in the scene, beware, it creates a button in a project with a 2D animation template. With this button start, it is the last tip. In the interface, this record button, it is the auto keying button, and I think it is enabled by default now when you start a project with a 2D animation template. With this button enabled, when you move in the timeline and start to draw, it creates new keyframes automatically, and that's great, but beware, this option also works for the 3D objects, so whatever you do in the scene,
それやん
if
な
you
きゃな
change
ん
the
か。
position of an
なる
object,
ほ
a
どな。
drawing, a camera or anything, the changes you make are gonna be saved as an animation, so you're gonna be surprised to see your stuff moving once you press the play button. So I try to enable this button only when I am drawing my 2D keyframes or when I am animating one specific object, and I try to not forget to disable it immediately when I am done. Okay, thanks for watching, and also thanks for watching my old tutorial. There are people that are still learning with it now, and I'm very happy to read the nice comments on that tutorial. If you like my work and want to support me, you can like and subscribe, or you can also give a tip on my Tipeee page. Your support helps me to work on personal artworks, and develop new things when I am not working on client works and commissions. And in return, you get some goodies, wallpapers, and new things that are coming soon. Stay tuned on my social media for the news. And now, here are my recommendations for artworks and tutorials made by awesome artists which use Grease Pencil. Don't hesitate to check their contents and leave some nice comments. Stay safe and have a nice day.
is amazing. It is a very powerful tool in Blender
Pencil
that you
is
can use
amazing.
to create stuff like
It is
2D
a very
animations,
powerful
digital
tool in
art,
Blender that you
storyboards, animatics, motion graphics, and many more, all in 3D space. Possibilities are
endless.
I have used Grease Pencil a lot for my personal projects, and I'm going to share tips and tricks I have learned on the way. I tried to pick tips that would make your life easier to start, and I will also show you some more advanced and funny stuff, so be sure to stick around. I also have more tutorials on my channel if you want to learn more. Also check out the description. There are timestamps, more additional info and links to resources. I have also created captions if you like to use them. I know so many of you are incredibly talented and I cannot wait to see what you create. If you are a total beginner with Blender, I recommend the Fundamentals playlist at Blender YouTube channel before you begin with this one. I know Blender can be intimidating and it takes time to master, but keep on learning and exploring. Remember to take breaks and have enough sleep. Hope you learn something. I'm Dante and let's go!
User experience.
There are 6 modes to Grease Pencil objects, where you can perform different changes to your artwork. Most changes made with these modes can be animated. This is object mode. This is the first object level before you dive in to make changes. You can move, scale and rotate your Grease Pencil objects in 3D space. You can of course animate them, parent them. Shading modes. Things like effects won't show up unless you are at rendered view. Normally you need to go up here to change them. If you press Z, you can change the viewport display modes faster with this pie menu. There is also an option to hide overlays when you check extra shading highlight items at preferences. There are also many other pie menus in Blender, but I use these two all the time. Blender also has few presets that you can use for different types of work. Grease Pencil also has one, the 2D animation preset that you can see at the splash screen, or when selecting File New, or when pressing Ctrl N. And I highly recommend that you would use it. Not that there's anything wrong with adding a Grease Pencil object to your 3D scene and going from there. 2D animation preset gives you a ready canvas with basic colors and layers, and you can just start drawing. It saves you a lot of time setting up. 2D animation preset is its own thing. So, changes you make here won't affect the other presets. You can customize your startup file to your heart's content if you like.
カフェイン
You
摂
can
取
add
して覚
stroke
醒
and
し
fill
ますか
materials you like, change
そう
brush
ですね。
layout size and strength, append brushes, and add color palettes. You can add more workspaces up here, like a layout that gives you a normal 3D layout without the white background. You can duplicate your workspaces and make minor changes. If you move your mouse to a corner, you will see a symbol that lets you drag a new area. You can also press the right mouse in the middle of the line, and it will give you
う
more
ん、
options
こういう
to split
何が
or
できるとかっていうのは、だけやられてもやっぱ、ある程度やってからじゃないと、面白くないんだよな。
something in my gut told me there was still more to it. I had to investigate. You can add images and videos as background images if you want to draw over them. Be sure to be viewing from the camera. Drag your footage to the viewport.
見てるだけだと、どうしても上滑りするから。
This, by the way, also works if you quickly want to explode your mesh. And click on Bridge Edge Loops. Is still in this place here, which is super cool. This is nicely projecting the mesh, increase the count of the ray modifier, and then we have full control on our arm here. Hi everyone, Zach Reinhardt here for cgboost.com, and I'm a little bit late on this video here because recently our YouTube channel reached 100,000 subscribers. Well, not so recently, because we are actually at 120,000 subscribers right now, so I'm 20,000 subscribers late. Anyway, YouTube sent me this nice package here, and it was lying here in my office for weeks now, because I wanted to finish this video here first and then unpack this together with you guys. And yeah, let's do it. This play button was packed by Rick. Thanks, Rick. And oh my god, that's the play button. I don't know if you can see it. Present, put it here. So, and why does it took so long? Because editing and putting together this video packed in all means basically everything that can help you to speed up the creation process of 3D objects. That's the interface, navigation to 3D modeling. And the best thing is, for all the tips I show you here, we only use Blender internal tools or add-ons that are shipped with Blender anyway, so no external add-ons or paid products required. This contains a lot of tips I use a lot in my daily work, some things I've learned recently, and also some nice tricks I learned from colleagues and friends like Juan Hernandez, Julian Casper, and Jan van den Hemmel, besides probably a lot of other people I can't remember. So thanks guys. And yes, it is a very long video, but to make it easier to consume, I added a whole list with all tips down below in the video description, including timestamps which you can click on, and categorized in different chapters, so you basically can just click on the stuff that interests you. In this video you will learn a lot of shortcuts, and I know it's hard to remember them all, and that's why we created the Blender Hotkey PDF, which contains all the most important Blender shortcuts in a beautiful and print-friendly PDF file. And the best thing is, we keep this updated when new Blender versions come up. If you want to grab it, you can sign up to our free resource section / mailing list, including not only this Blender PDF, but also a full free Blender beginners course and many other tutorials and the project files for our tutorials. And it even includes a downloadable version of this video here, including this robot blend file. When signing up, you will not only get these nice resources, we will also send out some very useful emails, which will help you to grow as a 3D artist, and we will certainly keep you up to date with our content. And if you don't enjoy these emails, you can unsubscribe at any time. Also, if you're new to Blender, you might enjoy our top-rated Blender 2.8 Launchpad course, which will teach you everything you need to learn to get started with Blender. And in addition, there's a huge UV mapping and texturing update coming soon to the course. Stay tuned. If you feel that the modeling tips in this
How
video
nice.
are not
HW.
enough for you, I highly recommend to check out the YouTube channels by Josh Gambrell, Gleb Alexandrov aka Creative Shrimp, Adiburs 3D and Arimos 3D. Alexandrov aka Creative Shrimp, Adiburs 3D and Arimos 3D. To name a few. They focus heavily on hard surface modeling, and I'm sure there you will learn a lot more awesome modeling tricks. In addition, I can highly recommend the Hard Surface Modeling course and the 50 Modeling Issues from Hell course from Creative Shrimp. And if you love these short Blender tips, I can also highly recommend the amazing Blender Secrets ebook by Jan van den Hemmel, which contains, I don't know how many, but multiple hundreds of Blender tips, including modeling tips, but also including tips to any other Blender topic you can imagine. I'm pretty sure that these courses and this ebook can level up your game as 3D artist a lot. You can find all the links down below in the video description. Just to be clear here, the links to the courses and the ebooks are affiliate links. That means if you decide to make a purchase, we will get a commission with no extra cost to you. However, I'm only promoting stuff which I'm fully convinced of, so I'm pretty sure when you get one of these products, they will help you a lot. And since people ask me this a lot, if you're interested in my computer specs, I also listed them above. We can't really see all these details. This can make modeling harder. However, if we go up here to the viewport shading settings, we can enable cavity. Here we have two options. We have the world cavity, which basically adds some kind of ambient occlusion effect. And we also have the screen cavity, which in this case is a bit hard to see. If we make it a bit stronger, you can see this adds this very bright edge to the sharp edges and this dark edge to all the corners here. So screen is very sharp and thin, and world is soft and wider. You can also control the strength over here, and if you click on this gear icon, you can also change the size, the distance. And under type you can also select both to have a mixture of both, and then you can set up the strengths for each of them individually. And now we can see the surface of the object very nicely because we can see some kind of depth of the whole shape here. When working on your scene where you have many different objects, it can be sometimes hard to distinguish which object is separated from each other. And to make this easier, we can go up here to the viewport shading settings and under color enable random. This will give each individual object a random color. Here, for example, without selecting this, we can see that these two cylindrical shapes belong to the same object. This little feature here is a lifesaver. When you select an object, you can hit period or comma on the numpad, depending on what language keyboard you're using, and this will center the selection, as you can see. This can be super useful to quickly navigate through your scene, and sometimes you maybe get stuck while navigating your scene. This can recenter everything around the object of interest. And the cool thing is, this not only works in object mode, this even works in edit mode. Depending on what you have selected, you can center the selection. And even cooler, if you have a long list of elements in your outliner and something is selected over here, you can use the same shortcut to center the selection over here. However, when you don't have a numpad, you probably should buy a keyboard with a numpad because it's super useful when working with Blender. However, you can always click on View and click on Frame Selected. Here in the outliner, you have to right click, go to View and then click on Show Active. Being able to navigate fast and efficiently in the 3D viewport is super important to speed up your modeling process. However, the default navigation settings in Blender are not really beneficial in most cases, because when rotating, we are not really rotating around what we have selected, as you can see, and when we're zooming in, our view can get stuck at some point, and this, especially for beginner users, can be really frustrating. To get out of this stuck situation, you can use this frame selected shortcut, period on the numpad, which I showed you in one of the previous tips. However, there are some other settings we can enable which makes navigating much more fun. For that, we can open the preferences over here under edit. However, in this case, let's change the properties editor to the preferences, so we have them open all the time. Then navigate to navigation, and first of all, as you can see, by default we are zooming in and out just straight into our scene, no matter where our mouse position is. And we have a nice option over here, zoom to mouse position. If I enable this, you can see we are now zooming to the position of our mouse. And this alone gives us a lot of control to navigate our scene just by zooming out, changing the position of the mouse, and then zooming in once again. Then the next feature, which is super helpful, is auto depth. This detects geometry underneath our mouse cursor, and this allows us to really zoom into where we want on the surface. And this feature helps us to avoid this getting stuck problem. As long as there's geometry underneath our cursor, we can basically zoom in and out without any problems. And the last feature is my personal preference. This is orbit around selection, which in some cases is pretty nice, but in other cases it's not. So you have to try out if this works for you or not. This allows us to simply select anything, and then when we rotate the view, this will orbit around the selected elements, which is super helpful in my opinion. However, if for example you have something like this selected and want to look around down here and then rotate the view, it is still rotating around the selection, which then can be confusing. Certainly you can select the element over here, but imagine this is like one big object and you want to take a look around down here and the center is up here, then this is really hard to get into the frame.
Becoming
so in
a
this
modeling
case,
master.
turning this off would make more sense because then we can
モデリング
easily
は
our current
や
view
る必要ない
basically.
か。
However, in most cases, I have to say I really like this option. In addition, orbit around selection also works in edit mode. That means if in edit mode you select anything,
So I don't know what is do I need. まずはグリースペンシルのチュートリアル見るべきか。Exactly.
Manually.
Your brain will
Hi,
explode.
everyone.
Orange. Smart. I think it's probably too hard to learn the grease pencil without also learning a little bit of modeling.
Running a little bit of modeling. じゃあモデリングやっぱやるべき。
Being somewhat well-rounded is a good thing, even if you specialize in the grease pencil.
Being somewhat well rounded. まとまりがあるのはいいこと。
This will be saved. Hi,
is really hard to get into the frame. So in this case, turning this off would make more sense because then we can easily rotate around our current view.
They are so interconnected it would be hard to completely ignore meshes and vertices.
In addition, orbit around selection also works in edit mode. That means if in edit mode you select anything, it will orbit around the
This would be hard to even completely ignore
mode. If I sculpt one in place on the surface, it will orbit around where I have sculpted last, which of course can also be super helpful.
倍速じゃなくて、0.5倍速を求めたくなるチュートリアルでした。
LOL.
For example, when selecting the head, it can be helpful to basically hide everything except the head, or if you select multiple objects, to hide everything except the selected objects. You maybe know the shortcut H to hide the selection, so we could press Ctrl I to invert the selection and press H. However, sometimes you have objects hidden and you don't want to unhide them. That means when you do this, you always unhide all objects. That means also all objects which you have hidden and you don't always want to show again. And even when working with the eyes, this can be quite time consuming to pick the right objects. So let's press Alt H to unhide everything. There's a better way to deal with that by using the local view. Simply select a bunch of objects or just one and then hit slash on the numpad. Now you can see nothing is hidden over here, but we can only see these objects since we are now in local view. You can see it up here. This is a kind of isolated view where we only see the selected objects. And if we hit slash on the numpad again, we get back to the non-local view. However, if you don't have a numpad, again, I recommend to get one, but you can also go to view, local view and click on toggle local view. In addition, if you want to remove something from the local view, you could
いやもうこれ辺はダメだなもうはい
I would rather count from 1 to 1 billion than learn study that.
need this tutorial のこれそう This is tips なんだよな
It's fun V. And easy.
1 billion.
www.
easy 1から100まで。
Hi
100億まで。
everyone.
う
Hi.
ん。ただ、角度多すぎて、フリースペンスウェブサイト。丁寧な、ちゃんとリンクまで貼ってる。これがブレンダーで、フリースペンスリセルのセットビデオがある。
What was the highest number you guys have ever counted?
30. I can count only until 3.
I counted from 1 to 1,200 when I was a kid.
Other number is just a
1,200
lot.
is way higher than I've ever counted.
A lot and much. Introduction と、うわ、ブレンダーで、These are not free. Log in, join Blender Studio. なるほどな。ブレンダーはそうやってお金稼ぐのか。
LUL. Oh. Blender Studio is one of their ways of making money.
ノット、これか。そういうのができるよってことを、ちょっと、どこまで。
There's no free lunch. Orange.
I want to eat only free lunch. Wow.
Sometimes you can find a copy that fell off a truck. You have to ask this book guy.
Hi there.
LUL.
Start talking about the new
Please.
grease pencil object. So the first thing you have to do
Invited
is to add a new one. There are two ways to
me
add a new
with
object in
uncle.
Blender. Using the add menu on the viewer hidden menu or pressing Shift A. Search for the grease pencil object in the list and you will find 3 options there.
Fell off a
Blank
truck is the
to add
best
an
idiom
empty
I've
grease
ever
pencil
heard.
object. Stroke to add a simpler stroke that also has some basic colors and layers. And a 2D
First
monkey,
time hearing
a
it.
drawing sample of our
LOL.
beloved Suzanne to play with. But what that means to be an object in Blender? There are several different object types in Blender to build your scenes. The most common ones are meshes to build 3D geometry, but there are also lights, cameras, armatures, and so on. Grease pencil is a new object type that allow you to
I
work
heard it
with
in
2D
Everybody
strokes
Hates Chris,
on the
but I
Blender
didn't know it
3D
was a thing.
environment.
Crisp.
Huh yet.
Every object type in Blender has several modes to edit or work on different aspects. Grease pencil object
Just means
of course,
something's
has its
hot.
own modes. Object, edit, sculpt, draw, and waypoint mode. We'll see in details every single mode in the next videos. Each Blender object are composed from 2 parts, an object and the
AKA
object
stolen
data.
LOL.
The object is like the container that holds information about the position, rotation, and size of the element in the 3D space, and also other things like the relation with other objects or how it looks in the viewport.
Chris.
The object data is all the components that define the object. In the case of grid pencil, the object data are their strokes,
Damn,
2D layers,
it took me
vertex
15
groups,
years to
and
understand this
properties.
pun.
Every object in Blender is linked to an object data, and a single object data may be shared by many objects.
Hmm, つまんない。
8. I was 8 asterisk.
Hmm, なるほど、そうやってアニメーション作ればいいのか。なるほどね。
カメラワーク変えれるのが 3D ソフトで 2D アニメ作る面
Has
白い
this
ところ
person
です
tried to
ね。
distribute their art outside of video format?
ディストリビュート。I don't know. はい。only no his YouTube。馬。馬。
Such a good style.
うますぎ。線が綺麗だ。この使いこなし具合な。これみたいな。
Hi.
Hi guys, I'm going to explain how I make this 3D watercolor paintings in grease pencil today.
Great brushes. I should learn the grease pencil.
このブラシいいな。これで変えれるんだ。で、ソフトセレクションは You can shade with sculpting tool。なんで途中で 言葉やめちゃったんだ。あ、どうやってやんの？ティントでサムメソッドって。I need that method.
そんな手順なのか。効率的確認だ。
Make butterfly with some way. Some way? What way?
LOL.
マジシャンかな、わら。
Draw the rest of the picture.
Here's an outline of what we're going to be covering in this video. First, we're going
to ピーライドバック。
手書きの発想じゃないんですね。面白い。
あ、手書きでも結構似たような手書きというかデジタルの絵の発想ってあんな感じな気が。
へ。デジタルの発想なのか。
Hink just made me watch 10 videos from Everybody Hates Chris LUL. LOL apologies. Funniest series ever created. Ever. Oh lol, I've never seen it.
1個作って、それをコピーした後にバリエーションを加えていく手順。デジタル強い。
At Hink_Hall, I'll tell my cousins the meaning of the fall off a truck pun LULLUL. Teach your little monsters how to find good deals. LULLUL.
Little monster. Need to find.チップスとかはある程度作ってからじゃないと意味ないんだな。
Presenting Captain Miyajima, featuring Genius Kyojo.
I was watching a video of a Japanese mathematics teacher this morning and I think I saw orange.
Oh.
The little orangey coon.
Little
Math expert orange.
どんなんだ。これ見てなかったな。
宇宙船に乗り込んだ矢島たちは近くの100年もそんなバカな。
100年もねえあんた本当に100年？
もはやどれくらい経ったのかも覚えていない。
教授、彼を計測器で調べてくれ。飢えて死ぬかもしれないぞ。
計測器を見ると彼はここに来て10分だ。
あ？
Is this a good one?
No. So.
That's stop motion. Haha, okay.
Animation tutorial あるな。これと、
I'm not gonna do the
Do you like claymation orange?
I'm not good at clay animation. I haven't watched clay animation a lot.
Hello everybody, In this video, I'm going to attempt to show you the basics of how to use Blender 2.8.
What to the Grease Pencil tutorial. Ah, アニメーションじゃないんだよな。
So to make a new grease pencil object, the first thing we need
https://pasteboard.co/vj9oibiox660.png The Little Orangey Coon
これはもっと。まあ、でも、外国人にとってはみんな同じような顔か。I don't have
No comment.
Children good picture.
Now you do. Kappa.
何があるかを見て、とりあえずぼーっと見てか。チップスもまあ役に立たないわけじゃないから。
Hey everyone, my name is Kevin, and in this video we're going to create this 2D and 3D animated scene in Blender with Grease Pencil. This is my first tutorial, and it's based off my last video and the Moonflowers video I made a few weeks back, so if you'd like to reference those, I'll leave links in the description below. This tutorial is made mostly for beginners and those somewhat familiar with Blender who want to learn more about this kind of art. I'll be splitting it up into 2 parts, with this being part 1. There will be 9 steps total. In this video, we'll do a Blender overview for those still starting out, go over modeling and shade our scene. In part 2, we'll do a Grease Pencil overview, then draw and animate the 2D scene elements, then go over camera and exporting. Also, I'm still fairly new to Blender, so if there's something I've missed, or there's a more efficient way to do something, feel free to mention it in the comments. I'll have screencast keys at the bottom left to see what I'm pressing within the program. If you see keys that have OS key in front of a shortcut, it's because I'm on a Mac, and that's the command key. Just know you can press Ctrl instead for the same result and vice versa. Lastly, feel free to speed up or slow down the video if needed. Let's start by downloading the program. You can download Blender for free on the official website blender.org. I'm using Blender 2.91. When you first open it up, you'll see these options to create a new file. We can either select one of the options or click outside the box, which will take you to this view. So I'm going to give the overview of how to navigate within the program for those still starting out. But if you're familiar with Blender already, you can skip this part and move to step 1, creating the concept. Before we start, it's important to note that Blender has a lot of information on what each button and function does. If you hover over any button, Blender will bring up a helpful tooltip. The first thing we'll want to do is to figure out how to move in 3D space. If you've never worked in 3D before, in this viewport we have 3 axes to move in: the X, Y, or Z axis. So the green line here is the Y axis, the red line the X axis, and lastly we have the Z axis, which is this blue line that runs from the top to the bottom. Now, to move our view, we can go up to the top right corner of this viewport here and click drag this axis wheel to move along them like this. Or you can click on each axis circle and it'll orient you to that view orthographically. But if you want to get out of that, you can just click and drag the axis wheel to move back to the perspective view. Down here we have this magnifying glass, and click dragging allows you to zoom in and out. This hand allows you to shift the view. This camera view is for the camera view of our scene, and right now it's going to the default one already contained in the file, which is here highlighted in yellow. The last option here is orthographic view, and this is actually the view we're taken to once we click on the axis circles here. This view is particularly good in helping to precisely position objects in our scene. Now, a simpler way to move is to use your mouse and keyboard. Holding down your middle mouse button and click dragging allows you to rotate. Clicking on it, movement in that specific axis. For example, selected, hit on it, and then hold string mode to help control the stroke better. We also have advanced smoothing options and stroke smoothing options up here, but we'll cover those later. It doesn't need to be perfect, some randomness is great, just make sure the strokes aren't too close together. After you filled up the circle, let's go to our layers panel and unlock the guides, and delete it by pressing the minus button. We're going to switch over to the layout workspace. Doing this will put us in object mode. With the grease pencil layer selected, right-click and select Convert to Polygon Curve. Notice how a new curve object is created in our outliner. Hide the grease pencil object by selecting it and then hitting H. Select the new curve, and now we'll need to simplify these lines in our curve object, and we could do that by using an add-on. Go up to Edit, Preferences, and then select Add-ons. Search for Simplify Curves Plus, and then check the box to enable it. Now, we can use that add-on using the search function. If you have an F3 key, you can hit it and it'll bring up the search bar. But if you don't or are on a Mac like me, you can temporarily make your spacebar enable the search bar. Go up to Edit, Preferences, Key Map, and change the spacebar action to search. However, once we use the search in a bit, just make sure to change it back to play. Now exit out of the options. With the curve object still selected, go to Search, Curve Simplify, and in the options at the bottom left, increase the error until there are about 1 to 2 vertices in between each curves, around 0.03 or 0.04. Click to confirm. By doing this, another curve object is created called Simple plus the name of your original curved object. Let's hide the original curved object by selecting it and hitting H. Now, with our simple curve selected, right-click and click Convert to Mesh. The curve object changes to a mesh object. Now, let's tab into Edit mode and hit 1 to enter vertex select. With this flower, I want the middle part to come up higher than the rest. To do that, select any vertex near the middle of the mesh. At the top here, click this target-looking icon called Proportional Editing.
This allows you to affect the surrounding vertices while you transform the one you have selected. With a vertex selected, hit G, then Z, and raise it slightly higher. If needed, feel free to go into a side view by hitting X on the axis circle, and use your mouse wheel to increase or decrease the size of effect of the proportional editing. Click to confirm. Let's turn off proportional editing by hitting shortcut O. Going back to the top view by hitting Z on the axis circle or numpad 7, I want to add some differentiation in the petal heights. While holding Shift, select random vertices within each curve. Now, enter a side view and hit G, then Z to move those vertices up. Now, we get more rigid lines. While still in side view, select all the vertices by pressing A, and we're going to extrude these. But before we do, make sure your transformation pivot point is set to medium point at the top right here. And except with this helps to angler on the back, let's click New to create a new material ramp. The R or red node in separate RGB automatically connects to the factor of the color ramp. Now it looks like the color just shifted slightly, so let's bring in a mix RGB node and drop it in between the color ramp and the material output. Let's move the color ramp node to the FAC of the mix RGB instead of color 1. It's all gray right now, but let's change color 1 and color 2 in the mix RGB node to random colors. Now adjust the color ramp connected to it. Notice how we can shift the color coverage with these markers. So now I'd like to duplicate this color ramp and mix RGB setup for the G and the B outputs. Let's select these two and hit Shift D and drag it underneath, and click. Then, let's duplicate the setup again and drag it underneath that, and click. Now, connect the G and separate RGB to the second color ramp factor, and B and separate RGB to the third color ramp factor. Now, connect the second mix RGB color output to the color 2 input in the first mix RGB, like this. Then, connect the third mix RGB color output to the color 2 input in the second mix RGB, like this. So this is what your setup should look like. Now, let's make all the color inputs on the mix RGBs different colors to help with the next step. So now we have this weird color shader. Let's adjust the color ramp markers of the R, G, and B channels until we get the color coverage we want. Once we're satisfied, let's pick colors according to our palette to replace the random colors that we picked. So I want this to be a light yellow, and this will be a brighter spot in the shader, and then it'll gradually go darker. So this color will be a light yellow, this will be kind of a golden color, and this will be an orange-ish color, and this will be a maroon. Adjust them until you're satisfied. Now that this part's done, we can apply this shader to the rest of the objects in our scene. To do this easily, let's select this table and shift-click the vase to make it the active object. Then, hit Ctrl L to make a link and select Material. This applies the vase material to the table. Just make sure when you do this, the mesh you want to copy the material from is selected last. Just like our vase, the table looks a little choppy, so select the table, right-click, and shade smooth to fix it. Looking at this now, I want more of that maroon to show, so let's go into our world shader and decrease the strength of the top background shader to 2.3. Again, because this shader is affected by light, you can actually use the lights in your scene for color adjustments as well. For example, if I grab this light and move it closer, notice how the gradients move with it. However, with the lights selected, or any lights that you add, just make sure to uncheck Shadows in the Object Data Properties panel. This will prevent some unwanted color shading. Also, this current light is at 1000 watts. Now, I want to apply this shader to the rest of the objects in the scene. So again, shift-click multiple objects and make sure the one with the material I want to copy from is selected last. Then, Ctrl L to make links and select material. Let's select all the elements in the window, then the vase, then Ctrl L to link the materials. Now we have the whole scene colored, but we want to add an outline around each object. To do this, let's select all the objects in our scene and apply the transformation with Ctrl A, just in case we haven't done so. Click on the rows and create a new material by going into the Material Properties panel and pressing this plus button in the list. Click New to create a new material and rename it Outline. Going to the shader editor, make sure this dropdown is set to Object. Let's delete the principled BSDF by pressing X. Bring in an emission shader with Shift A, search Emission, and click to confirm. Change the color to black for now, then Alt-click drag to the material output surface. In the Material Properties tab, make sure that backface culling is checked. Now, to apply this material as an outline, let's go to the Modifiers tab and add a Solidify modifier. Go to Normals, check Flip, then go down to Materials, and in Material Offset, type 1 to correspond with the new material we just made, meaning the material under the original material. Now, we'll see an outline around the flower. Let's adjust the thickness to be -0.01 or until you're happy with it. Now, we can apply this to the rest of the objects in our scene. We can do that using the same technique as linking the materials. Click the table, then shift-click the flower head, press Ctrl plus L, and select the modifiers and repeat for materials again. The thing is, you might need to adjust the thickness on the Solidify modifier for each mesh. Like this table outline is a little too thin. Also, sometimes this could be due to not having applied the transformation on the object. Just make sure to double check. Let's apply the modifier and materials to the vase and adjust as needed. Shift select the stems, then apply the modifiers and materials, and adjust as needed. For these flowers, let's actually join the sphere and petals by shift selecting and then Ctrl J to join. Same thing with the other flower, Ctrl J to join. Then, shift select both of the flowers and apply the modifier and materials on it. For the window, let's select the wood and frame objects and Ctrl J to join. Then, apply the modifier and materials with Ctrl L and adjust as needed. I'm aiming to have some even thickness between all of them. So now I want to make this outline a different color. Down here in the shader editor, we can change the emission color to something else, something lighter perhaps. You can make this any color you want, but I want to go with a dark reddish purple. Notice how all the strokes are changing. This is because they all share the same material. Looking at this, I want to make a new color for the vase and frame. With the vase selected, let's go into the Material Properties tab and select Main Color. Click this paper icon to create a new material from this one. It will duplicate Main Color. Let's rename this Secondary Color, and let's go into our shader editor. I kind of want to make this a light orange/beige color, so I'll adjust those colors accordingly. Let's apply this material to the window frame with Ctrl L. And now we have our scene shaded. Make all the adjustments you need. This is the end of part 1. In part 2, we'll cover grease pencil and we'll walk through how to achieve the 2D effects in this scene. Hey everyone, welcome back. This is part 2 of my Blender grease pencil 2D and 3D animated scene tutorial. If you missed part 1, you can find the link in the description below. In this video, we'll do a grease pencil overview, draw the 2D scene elements and animate them, and go over camera and exporting options. If you followed along with part 1, this is where our scene currently stands. Modeled and shaded. For this part, it's helpful if you have a drawing tablet. However, you can still achieve the same result with a mouse. Just make sure to use the sculpt tool to smooth and adjust things as needed. Feel free to pause or slow down the video if you need more time in each section. I'm first going to do a brief overview on grease pencil, but if you're familiar with the tool already, you can skip this and head to step 5, adding grease pencil details. To start, let's hide the objects we currently have in our scene. Go up to the outliner and hide them by clicking the eye icon next to them. Now, let's head into the 2D animation workspace. Make sure you're in solid mode, and then hit Shift S to reset our cursor to the world origin. Let's add in a new grease pencil object. A grease pencil object is actually a 3D object that allows you to draw in 2D space. So right now, I'm going to hit Shift A, go to grease pencil, and bring in a monkey. With this in our scene, let's actually go back to our overlays dropdown up here and check to see if we have 3D cursor and canvas checked on, and bump up the opacity to around 0.7. If you followed along with part 1, these should already be toggled. This grid is our drawing plane, and we'll learn more about that later. So this looks like a 2D drawing, but because it's a 3D object, we can click G to grab it, R to rotate it, or even S to scale it. We can even tab into edit mode and select certain vertices to move them. Tab back into object mode. The reason we brought this specific monkey in was to see how grease pencil layers are set up. In the Object Data Properties tab, this green squiggly icon, we can see we currently have 2 layers, lines and fills. If we hit the eye icon next to them, we know these correspond to those drawn elements respectively. Generally, when drawing in grease pencil, we keep this layer set up with our lines on a separate layer and our fills underneath it on another layer. We can also add or delete layers with the plus and minus buttons. Unlike the outliner, these layers are in descending order. Let's say we want to move fills to the top with this arrow, and they'll appear over the lines layer. Let's click on Material Preview mode. Notice how the monkey goes dark? That's because grease pencil layers can be affected by light sources. So right underneath the layers window, make sure to uncheck Use Lights for each layer you don't want affected. Hey everyone.
Hello, Sophie here, yet again. This is part 3 of a 4-part series all about making an animated 3D horse skeleton in grease pencil. So if you haven't watched part 1 and 2 already, I definitely urge you to go check out those before you watch this. Hello, Sophie here with an update to my lettering tutorial because I got a suggestion in the comments that I knew was going to be a game changer. I just didn't realize how much of a game changer it would be. It involves using layer masking to have the mode and select linear. And now. Hello, Sophie here, and hand lettering. I hate it. I hate it so much. So it's fairly simple to add text to grease pencil artworks, but one of my favorite things about grease pencil is using the build modifier to have my pieces be drawn in like magic. And so I want to be able to use the build modifier to have the text be written in as well. My first attempt at this was a half success. Note that the second line is especially wonky and out of order, but I've learned a lot since then, and I would say that my newest piece is a full success. And so here's how I did it. At the top of the description box, you'll find a link to download for free both the blend files of this artwork as well as the file that I'll be working in today. If you're in a position where you can and would like to leave me a tip, that goes a long way towards helping me keep making free tutorials and content for YouTube. But financial or not, your support is so appreciated. And so today, I'll be using Blender, of course, as well as Krita to make the text because it's also free and open source. But if you have a different drawing software you prefer and it has a text function, definitely just to clear time in the correct order, drawn in, and then we can delete this first layer, show our new layer. I'm going to open up my grease pencil timeline because I'm pretty sure the frame is at this frame because this is when I created the new layer. So I'll just nudge it back to the beginning of the animation with G. And then if we play it back, well, you can't say it's not interesting. I'm gonna be honest, using the script font like this was a bold choice, and of course it doesn't look very natural. But I think when I did it with a lot more of a simpler font, like for this piece, the effect, it was a lot more effective. But hey, I still think it's pretty cool. So now before we finish, 2 bonus tips. So you can very easily change the look of your lettering in the Materials Property tab. We don't use the holdout material because we've gotten rid of all of the holes. But with the stroke material, we can give both the fill and the strokes a different color. You could also go into vertex paint mode to create a bit of a multicolored watercolor look. And did you know that you can modify the fill and the stroke independently of one another? And so I can make a rainbow watercolor fill with a black outline. And then for the final tip, if you have multiple text elements and you want to add them separately, so for example for this piece, I added each text block as its own new image and grease pencil object and traced them separately. So rather than having to go through the whole process of positioning the image every time in your scene, you can just select the empty, go into Object Data Properties, and change the image that it shows. So with this, you can add multiple text elements and they will all line up with one another. So that is it. I hope that this was helpful. I am very happy that I figured out how to do this because I think it's such... Cheers! Hello, Sophie here, yet again. This is part 2 of a 4-part series all about making an animated 3D horse skeleton in grease pencil. So if you haven't seen part 1, I urge you to go check that out. And if you are coming here tree rotate. But by default, Blender creates an animation that starts slow and ends slow and speeds up in the middle. And so in order to get a constant turnaround animation, all we need to do is right click between the two keyframes, go to interpolation mode and select Hello, Sophie here. I'm a 2D illustrator who wandered into Blender one day and I never left. So for today, the title is quite technical, and if you clicked on this video and you're not sure exactly what you're getting yourself into, basically I'll be sharing how I draw with grease pencil on surfaces without the headache. So let's just get into it. So let's start by opening up a new file and choosing 2D animation. So we have our grease pencil stroke object here, and we want to add a mesh to draw on top of. If we're in draw mode, we could switch into object mode up here, and then all we have to do is press Shift A, and for this example, let's just go into add mesh, and let's choose a UV sphere. So we won't make any changes to our sphere. Instead, let's select our grease pencil object and go into draw mode. Up here is where we can choose how our strokes will be placed. So origin and 3D cursor both result in drawing on flat planes, but if we select surface, then we can draw on our sphere and the strokes will follow our shape. Really cool. I use this for most of what I do in 3D with grease pencil. Now notice when you draw that there's a gap between the strokes and the object. This is the offset. So we can modify that here with a larger number giving you a bigger gap. So the problem that I'm going to be trying to solve in this video is that this offset isn't consistent.
Orange.
If you draw while you're very zoomed in, the gap will be much smaller. And if you draw while you're very zoomed out, it'll be huge. I zoom in and out constantly when I draw, so this doesn't work for me.
Have you already seen the giant
You can set
Gundam?
the offset to 0, but
Giant
then that's
Gundam.
really funny. Technically, this isn't a problem
I
if
haven't
you don't plan on including the mesh in your final
never
render.
seen
But I draw on all sides of my
Giant
object,
Gundam.
and if I hide the meshes from my final render, I get this. I much prefer to keep my meshes and to give them a holdout material. Hey, really quick, probably would have been nice if I explained how to do this. So up here in the workspaces, I'm not sure if it's already included in the 2D animation, so in case it's
横浜にあるんでしたっ
not,
け
if you go into
Giant
sculpting and then you
Gundam.
look for the shading workspace,
あとはお台場。
You have properties, means, select, well,
I like Yokohama. Yokohama asterisk.
Why do you like Yokohama?
I know there is a baseball team there.
あ
Smiley
あ、
face.
言うなくていい。横浜は、ベイスターズ。英語から翻訳。スタチューオブユニコーンガンダム。へへへ。
I'm not a huge fan of Dina though. Short url.at/duvik.
でっかいな。
They know how to have fun in Japan seems good.
演出もこだわってるみたいですね。
立像なのにちゃんとポーズもついてすごい。ユニコーンガンダムがあるんだ。見てないな、ユニコーン。
I don't wanna see dinosaurs in a museum. Gimme a giant Gundam instead.
すごい。確かに最初のこれよりも全然立ち方かっこいい。ああ。いつまでやってるんだろう。
音と光波もちろん、動くし、さらに時間帯によって変わるからリピート客対策もバッチリ。
時間帯によって変わるっていうのは、演出スケジュール不具合について、角部分が閉じない。映像が連動する演出。
At by Jado https://streamable.com/of19.
ユニコーンガンダム変身1分。すげえ。絶対これ動画あるでしょ。なかった。YouTube にありそうだな。
横浜派有料でコクピットまで近づける。
お、すごい。あ、光るの見ちゃったら確かに見たいって思うな。ちょっとこれはかっこ悪い。
At Hink_Hall LUL.
横
手振ってかわいい。
Japan is the only country besides Brazil where I would like to live.
いいな。うん。
お台場は光だけか。
動かない。横浜とお台場で違うんだ。色が変わる。
無料だからしゃあない。
So from there, we'll just click on our object that we want to change the material of. If it doesn't have any material, then we'll add one. And then basically just select this big box, hit delete, and then you can press Shift A, and then in shader, look for the holdout, and then just plug in the holdout to the surface. So basically what this does is this makes the object invisible, so it doesn't show up in the final render, but it still hides the strokes on the other side so that you're not seeing this mess. So maybe you're thinking, let's just make the offset 0 and then scale down our object. So fair. This will work in this example just because we're using a sphere and we haven't touched it at all, edited, sculpted it at all. But as soon as you have any object more complex than a sphere, scaling it down just flat out won't work. Here's kind of an example of what you'll get. Also, then, what if you need to go back and change your drawing at all? Scale it back up and hope for the best? Yeah, not a fan of that idea. So, here is my solution. So let's go back into object mode and select our mesh object. We're going to give it a solidify modifier. Before doing this, I recommend pressing Ctrl A and choose Apply All Transforms, because otherwise the modifier just acts pretty funky. So modifiers are found in this blue wrench icon, and the solidify modifier is here. Here I set the offset to 1, and typically I keep the thickness between 0.01 to 0.04. You can play around with that, see how it works with your piece. Then we can click on this blue camera icon over here and turn it off. This means that we'll see the modifier while we're working in Blender, while we're drawing on top of the object, but when we hit render, the object won't have this extra thickness. This means, yes, we can now draw on the object with the offset set to 0. When we render it, the strokes will all look perfect, they won't be affected by the mesh at all, and they'll be at like almost the exact same distance from the mesh no matter how zoomed in or out you were when you drew them. Like, okay, if you zoom out a crazy amount, like there's a small difference, but oh my god, it's nothing like what it was before. And overall, they are just so much more consistent than if you were to use any value for the offset. So that's my trick. Please do comment down below if you have any questions or anything else you'd like to see me cover. I quite enjoy making these, and I'm actually started planning like a let's make something together start to finish style tutorial series. So definitely subscribe if that's something you'd be interested in. You could find me at Sophie Jantak on all social medias. And yeah, thank you for being here. I will see you very soon. Cheers! Hello, Sophie here. So as I was editing last week's video all about 3D masks, I realized there's a whole side to this approach that I didn't even cover. Feel free to check out that video if you haven't. It's not necessary before watching this one. Also, in that video when I was sharing pieces for which I had used that technique, I shared this one. And so as a bonus, at the end of this video, I'm also going to really quickly cover how to get this drawn in effect. But yeah, for this video, I thought we could revisit this piece. I actually do have a whole video about how I made it 2 weeks ago. And I'm reusing it not only because, you know, I have the meshes, so they're there, that saves me some steps. But also, I mean, I think this is just a great way to show one of my favorite things about grease pencil, which is that there are so many different ways you can approach it and so many different techniques. All right, let's go. So as you can see, I've cleaned it up a bit, and what we have left is my 5 meshes. So we have the hair, I'll go back into solid view. We have the head, the body of her sweater, and we have a mesh for the right arm and the left arm. Let's also say for this example that we want each mesh to have a different color in the final piece. So I also have my grease pencil stroke object. So this contains the line art that was drawn on top of the mesh, and it also has these 2 scribbly color layers, which were from my first version of this piece. And so we'll hide them for now, but we can add them back in at the end to see the different kinds of looks that we can get with this. And then we have this scribble layer, which may not make much sense now, but that is where the magic happens. But yeah, I'll go through this next step quite quickly, so check out last week's video if you want, once again, the detailed explanation of this. So all my meshes already have a solidify modifier from the first time that I worked on this piece. So I'll just go ahead and select each of my meshes, hit F3, search convert, and then select convert to grease pencil. And then I just want to check this box that says keep original. There's no decimate modifier on these because the geometry is already so simple, it's really not necessary. So then we want to go into each new grease pencil object, go into object data properties, select the fill layer, and in this drop down menu, we're going to select copy layer to object and move it to our main stroke object. Then we can just shift select all of them and delete them. Then I'll just go into my main grease pencil stroke object, and with this arrow key, move them all to the bottom of the layers. And then we'll just go back to our meshes and hide all of the solidify modifiers once again. So far, everything is the same as how we did it last week, but here's the difference. So like last week, we have our 2D layer, but unlike last week, where we masked, what did we do? What are we doing today? Okay, unlike last week, where we masked the 2D layer to the 3D fill layers, we're going to do the reverse. So we're going to mask the 3D fill layers to this 2D scribble layer. So this means that we can turn its opacity from 1 down all the way to 0. One of the things I really like about this particular way of doing this method is that we can give each area a different color. So each grease pencil layer created from a different mesh can have its own color. So we do that by going into the materials properties, and then we can see there's a material for each of our meshes that we converted. So I'm just going to use the color picker and draw from the original illustration. Oh, I should probably read what I'm... So now we have our solid blocks of color, which is totally fine if that's the end look you want to go for, but what I really like is like sketchy textured looks. And so that's where our 2D scribble layer is going to come in. So let's go back into object data properties. And like last week, we're just going to select each of the 3D fill layers, check the box that says mask, And this time we're going to look for our scribble layer. Ooh. No matter how many times I do this, I don't think it will ever stop impressing me. So let's say we want to use this for the base of our illustration. So these are how our base colors are going to look. They're going to have this sketchy texture. And so the big pro of this method is that you can have these different colors for each of these different areas. But the biggest con, at least for me, who is obsessed with getting like those subtle differences in color that I talk about in almost every video, is that because we've just given the materials colors, each of these sections is just its own solid block of color. And so typically what I would do in this case, in order to get back in those subtle differences in color, is I would do like I have already done for the original piece. I would have these sketchy layers. So I have a video where I talk all about my brushes, but basically these layers were done with I call it my pencil crayon brush, which just has some hue variation built into it. And with that brush, I would just scribble over the mesh. So let's see what we can do with this. We could always mask these as well to the scribble layer. So that's definitely something. I think slightly too chaotic for my taste. Maybe the gaps between the scribbles are a bit too wide. So an easy way to fix this is to go into the modifiers properties. And so I didn't clean out these from the first time that I did this piece. They're basically mostly just to recolor some stuff, so I'm going to leave it. I also have a video where I go more in depth into that if you're curious. But just for today, we'll add a thickness modifier and an influence. Let's apply it to the scribble layer. And so we could turn this value up a bit. So we still see those scribbly lines, they're just perhaps not quite so in your face, literally, in her face. And then one of my favorite things to do when I have these kinds of scribble layers is I add a noise modifier. To be honest, I think we should just stop here. No. So I'm going to open the influence box and once again apply it to the scribble layer. And then if we press play, what do we get? She's alive! So I already have my camera movement set up. And so another thing that I briefly talked about in last week's video but didn't actually fully explain how to do is we're going to want to parent the 2D layer to the camera if we want it to rotate with the camera and for this not to happen. And so we can very easily do that by going back into Object Data Properties, selecting our scribble layer, and then underneath masks, if we open up relations, we can select our camera as our parent. And then you can see the scribble layer stays within the exact same areas of the frame. So then I also kept some of the 2D flower layers from the original piece, so we can see how everything is looking together. Looks like we're having some conflicts with overlapping grease pencil layers, so I'll just quickly fix that up. All I did was move the main grease pencil stroke object that contained the 2D scribble layer up a bit along the y-axis. So I'm really liking how it's looking already, but one last thing, as promised, how to make your whole piece look like it's being drawn in. Once again, with the modifier. So we'll go back into the modifiers, and we want what's called the build modifier. So there's two different modes for the build. There's sequential, where all the strokes get drawn in one after another, and then the other mode is concurrent. And I can't say I've used this very much, to be honest. I just think it gives such an incredibly cool effect. So originally I was just going to have this influence the scribble layer. This is what I've done for other pieces where all of the layers are masked to some 2D scribble layers. And so we would be able to see that really well if, the line art was masked to the scribble layer and so were the other two color layers. It's almost like an Etch-a-Sketch filling in, which is definitely a really cool look in its own right. But I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of obsessed with just the look of everything being drawn in together at the same time. So I'm actually curious to see What would this piece look like if this same build modifier was applied to all of the grease pencil layers, the grease pencil objects, sorry. So a very easy way to share modifiers between different grease pencil objects is up here in your scene collection. If you open up your grease pencil object, and then you open up your modifiers, you can find your modifier, and then you can just drag them into your other grease pencil objects. And it's just my favorite thing. So what I think would be a final really cool thing that we could do for this experiment is, since we're having the strokes draw in, we can also have them be drawn out. So that's using the same modifier, so we can just select and duplicate it. And then in transition, instead of grow, we want shrink. And so the first build modifier starts at the beginning of the animation, and it goes for 100 frames. And so I think for this one we have a 300 frame animation. So let's start it at frame 200. And from experience, I find the drawing out, for whatever reason, feels a bit more natural when it's a bit quicker. So maybe let's have it go over 50 frames instead of 100. So cool. And yes, I absolutely want to apply this modifier, not apply, share this modifier with all of the strokes. It's so cool. I can't. So then, to turn this into something final, I would just give all the meshes a holdout material, and then I would just give the whole thing a background image. And I will absolutely not make you wait through the entire rendering of this, because I'm sure it will take a very long time. But I'll just share now the final result of today's experiment. So that's the video. I hope this was helpful for you. This was a bit more spur of the moment than usual. Sorry. It would be a good time to go into that in more detail.
Hey everyone, it's Kevin, and this is a tutorial to create this layered cake in Blender 3.0 with a grease pencil. If you don't know what grease pencil is, it's an element that allows you to draw in 2D but in 3D space. It's a great tool for creating these hybrid 2D and 3D animations, illustrations, and motion graphics, and I really enjoy incorporating it into my workflow. If you'd like to learn more about it, you can check out this tutorial to create this bakery with grease pencil I posted a few weeks back. However, different from that tutorial, Hey everyone, it's Kevin, and this is a tutorial to create this layered cake in Blender 3.0 with a grease pencil. If you don't know what grease pencil is, it's an element that allows you to draw in 2D but in 3D space. It's a great tool for creating these hybrid 2D and 3D animations, illustrations, and motion graphics, and I really enjoy incorporating it into my workflow. If you'd like to learn more about it, you can check out this tutorial to create this bakery with grease pencil I posted a few weeks back. However, different from that tutorial is that we'll be making this cake using a combination of both meshes and grease pencil elements. The focus here being on a 2D and 3D workflow to achieve a stylized textured look. How this will go is we'll start with modeling the base meshes, then we'll move on to shading and then finish it off with some textured grease pencil elements. A tablet is optional for this as you can get by with your mouse, however I'm going to be using a combination of both. With Blender open, the first thing we'll want to do is adjust a few render options. Let's click on the Render Properties tab and under Color Management, change this from Filmic to Standard. This will give us more accurate colors. Let's also set the look to medium-high contrast. Now, we'll move on to modeling our cake and we'll start with the bottom tier. Go to the 3D viewport, delete the cube with X, and let's bring in a cylinder by hitting Shift A, Mesh, and then selecting Cylinder. Rename this to Cake in our outliner, and in our viewport, bring up this side menu with N, and in the Item tab under Dimensions, let's set the X and Y values to 5.3 meters and the Z value to 1.7 meters. With it still selected, apply this transformation by hitting Ctrl A, Apply All Transforms. Then tab into Edit mode and hit 2 for Stroke Select. We're going to slightly bevel this top edge here. While holding Alt, click on this top edge to loop select it, then hit Ctrl B to bevel it slightly, and use your mouse wheel to increase the number of segments. If you don't have a mouse wheel, you can bevel it slightly and then adjust the segments in the options window that appear in the bottom left. About 4 segments should work for this. Now we want to create an icing layer that'll sit on top of this tier. Go into front view with numpad 1. If you don't have a numpad, you can go to Edit, Preferences, Input, and select Emulate Numpad. Or you can press the tilde key and select it from the radial menu. In front view, toggle X-ray with Alt-Z. You can check if it's on by looking at the button up here. In edit mode with point select, box select this top portion of our mesh. Hit Shift D to duplicate it and hit Escape to leave it at its original position. Then hit P to separate this duplicate by selection. Rename this duplicate icing and toggle off X-ray. In object mode with the icing mesh selected, let's add some thickness to it by going to the Modifiers tab and selecting a Solidify modifier. Decrease the thickness to about -0.1 meters, then hit S, then Shift Z to scale it in while locking the Z axis. Let's also add a subdivision surface modifier to smooth it out by hitting Ctrl 2 in the viewport, or selecting it from the list and specifying 2 in levels. Then let's apply those modifiers by hovering over them and hitting Ctrl A for both. Shift it up in the Z. So with the bottom tier modeled, we're going to duplicate this to make the upper 2 tiers. In front view, select both meshes and duplicate them by hitting Shift D, then Z to move it up. Then S and Shift Z to scale it in, locking the Z axis. Then duplicate it one more time and repeat for the top tier. Great, so with all 3 tiers completed, select all of them and move them up in the Z until they sit right above the 3D cursor. Now we'll move on to our cake stand. Go into top view with numpad 7 and let's bring in a circle by hitting Shift A, Mesh, and then Circle. Size it out with S until it's a little larger than the bottom tier, about 7.5 meters in the X and Y. Then tab into edit mode and with all the points selected, hit F to fill the mesh. In the next few steps, we'll be doing a lot of extruding and scaling because we're going to create a stand that's decorative. Go into front view with numpad 1 and extrude those points by hitting E and downward in the Z. Click. Then let's make the stem of the stand by hitting E again, click, and then S to scale those points in to about here. Then E, click, and scale them in again, click. Then E, click, and S to scale outward a bit, click. Then E, click, and scale in, click. Then E, click, and scale outward, click. And then E one more time and click. So now we have our stand and we can make some adjustments. If you want to shift any of these edges, go into stroke select with 2 and loop select them by alt clicking and then hit G, then G again to slide it along your mesh to your desired location. So I want to bevel these 2 edges on the stem here. Loop select the first edge by alt clicking and then hold shift to select the second edge. Then hit Ctrl B to bevel and use your mouse wheel to increase the number of cuts, or again use the options in the bottom left. Now I want to make the base and the underside of the plate here curve outward. To do that, let's add a loop cut by hitting Ctrl R, clicking on the base to add it, and clicking again to confirm. With that edge selected, scale or shift it as needed, then bevel it with Ctrl B. Let's do the same thing with the underside of this plate and adjust as needed. Then Control B to bevel it. The last thing we'll do is add a subdivision surface modifier onto this mesh. In object mode with it selected, hit Control 2. Notice that when we do that, some of the definition like this plate goes away. To bring that back, we'll need to add 2 loop cuts. So tab into edit mode and with Control R, create a cut near the top of the plate and create another near the bottom. Let's also create another loop cut where the stem meets the base and another at the very bottom of it. And now we have our completed cake stand. With our meshes done, let's select all of them in object mode and right click Shade Smooth. Let's also move them up in the Z right above the 3D cursor. And now we'll move on to shading. Let's head into the shading workspace by selecting it at the top. Enter render preview mode by clicking the button up here or hitting Z and selecting it from the radial menu. Then head into top view with numpad 7. Grab this light and position it down here so it's in front of our cake. This light will be important as it'll affect the outcome of our shader. Let's also merge these 2 windows by right clicking on the divider here and hovering over to the left. Select the bottom tier of the cake, create a new material, and rename it to cake. We're going to create a stylized toon shader. Bring in a shader to RGB node by hitting Shift A, going to Converter, and selecting Shader to RGB. Drop it in on this noodle here. This node helps us achieve a non-photorealistic look by altering the output from the BSDF node next to it. To see what's happening, let's bring in a color ramp by hitting Shift A, clicking on Search, which is another way to bring in nodes, and typing color ramp. Drop it in right after the shader to RGB node. If we change the option here from linear to constant, we'll now have a basic toon shader. You can change these colors or add new ones, and you'll see how the light source affects it. For this tutorial, however, we want the shader to look textured. Let's change constant to B-spline. I want the color of the cakes to be a sort of golden yellow color. Let's adjust those colors accordingly, making this value a dark brown, the middle a yellowish gold, and this a bright yellow. Feel free to choose whatever colors you'd like. Let's bring in a Voronoi texture with Shift A and connecting the position output to the normal input of the BSDF. Set scale to 3.7, then bring in a noise texture and a geometry node. Let's mix them with a mix RGB node and connect the normal output of the geometry node into the color 1 input and the color output of the noise texture to the color 2 input. Let's change this from mix to linear light and the factor value to 0.54. Connect the color output of the mix node to the vector input of the Voronoi texture. Moving to our noise texture, change this from 3D to 4D, width to 2.4, scale to 9.5, detail to 3.8, and roughness to 0.55. Feel free to experiment with these values to your liking. At this point, we'll want to set our background color since that will affect our shader as well. Let's go into our World Properties tab and select a pale yellow color or whatever you'd like. You'll notice that our color disappears. To bring that back, go to the principled BSDF shader and lower the value of the base color. Now, make any adjustments needed. Let's apply the material to the other 2 tiers. Shift select the middle, top, and bottom tier in that order, then hit Ctrl L and select Link Materials. If the texture looks off on those meshes, make sure to apply scale transformations on them with Ctrl A. Depending on where your light was situated, you might notice a shadow on the cake. Click on our light object and under Object Data Properties, uncheck Shadow. Also, adjust the position of it as needed. Moving on to the cake stand, let's link the cake material by shift selecting the stand and then the cake. Hit Ctrl L and link the materials. Click on the cake stand and in the shader editor, click on the new material icon here. Rename this to cake stand and adjust the colors to be a pale silvery blue. Again, apply scale if it looks off. Now for the icing. I want to create a Neapolitan look, so the top would be brown, the middle pink, and the bottom white. Let's link the materials from the cake mesh like we did before, starting with the bottom icing mesh, and create a new material from it. Name it white and adjust the colors accordingly. Then select the middle icing and repeat that same process of linking and creating a new material. Name it pink and adjust it. And for the top tier, let's make it a chocolate brown. In object mode, select all the meshes and hit M to send them to a new collection. Rename this to cake. With the shading completed, I want to create an outline around these meshes, and there's a couple of ways that we can go about this. To briefly go over some of the ways, the first is the freestyle method. This is a render engine inside Blender that applies outlines during the rendering process according to your geometry. You can turn it on in your render settings and then go into the View Layer tab to adjust the options. The second is the newest one, which is using the Grease Pencil Line Art modifier. This method uses a Grease Pencil object to apply outlines into an object, collection, or an entire scene. And the third is the inverted hull method, which uses a solidify modifier and a material with backface culling to produce an outline that you can view in real time. This is the method that we'll be using here. Select the bottom cake tier, go into the Material Properties tab, and let's create a new material and name it Outline. Make this an emission shader and set the color to a dark medium brown or whatever you'd like. Under Settings, check Backface Culling. Then let's add a Solidify modifier. Under Normals, check Flip, and in Materials, set the offset to 1. Let's decrease the thickness to about -0.04, and you should see an outline. Shift select the middle tier, top tier, and bottom tier in that order. Then hit Ctrl L to link materials, and do it again to copy modifiers. Then shift select the bottom, middle, top icing layers, and the bottom cake tier. Copy the modifiers from this. In each icing layer, create a new material slot and make sure it's the one right after the main color. Select the outline material we created earlier. For these meshes, the outline might not appear correctly, and we can fix that by applying scale transforms with Ctrl A. Now shift the cake layers in the Z as needed to get the outlines to be visible. Lastly, I want to add the outlines to this stand. With the object selected, go into the modifier properties and apply the subdivision surface modifier by hitting Ctrl A. Then shift select the stand and the bottom tier and copy modifiers with Ctrl L. Let's also create a new material slot right under the main color and add the outline material. So it doesn't seem to be working. To fix that, let's head into edit mode. Select all with A and hit Alt N to select flip normals, and it should visually look correct. If it still looks off, apply scale transformations in object mode. At this point, I want to set the camera view. This will make working with Grease Pencil in the next steps a bit easier. Set the 3D cursor to the world origin if it's not already with Shift S. Then let's bring in an empty with Shift A and selecting empty. Select the camera object in your scene and then hit Alt R and Alt G to reset the rotation and location to the world origin. Let's head into the animation workspace by clicking it up here and set the left viewport to the camera view with numpad 0. In the right viewport, let's move this camera object back in the Y and rotate it in the X by 90 to face the cake. Bring this object up a bit and adjust the view to your liking. I'm pulling it back by hitting G then Z twice to move it by its local value. So now I want to animate this camera and have it rotate slightly around the cake. Let's parent the camera to the empty with Ctrl P. Go into top view and set the playhead to 0. Let's rotate that empty to the left slightly in the Z, then keyframe the rotation with I. If it helps, go into render preview mode. Go to frame 125, rotate it to the right, and then keyframe. Then duplicate the frames at 0 with Shift D and place them at 250. And now we have our camera view. If you want to animate the camera position, feel free to do so. Now let's move on to creating our Grease Pencil elements. We'll start with our decorative icing elements. Head into the 2D animation workspace by clicking on this plus up here, going to 2D animation and selecting it from the list, and go into rendered preview mode by clicking on the button up here or hitting Z and selecting it from the radial menu. Set the playhead to 0 if it's not already, and let's create a new Grease Pencil object by hitting Shift A, Grease Pencil, and then selecting blank. In the Material Properties tab, create a new material and name it White Outline. Check Stroke and set the color to white. Then go into the Object Data Properties tab and let's rename the layer here to Icing and uncheck Use Lights. Go into Draw mode by selecting it from the drop down at the top left or hitting Ctrl plus Tab and selecting it from the radial menu. Let's adjust some visibility options that will make drawing with Grease Pencil easier. Make sure Overlays is on, and in the drop-down, select Grid, 3D Cursor, and Canvas. If this is your first time using Grease Pencil, the two options here, stroke placement and drawing plane, are extremely important to understand when using this tool. If you want more of an overview on these options, I suggest checking out the bakery tutorial I posted a few weeks back. Set the stroke placement to surface and offset to 0.012. Set the radius to around 75 pixels, and because I'm using a tablet for this portion, I'll keep use pressure on. Bump up strength to 1 and uncheck use pressure. Select the drawing tool by selecting it from the menu on the left, or by hitting Shift plus spacebar and selecting it from the list. Enter your camera view with numpad 0. I'm going to draw diagonal lines on the top tier, horizontal lines on the middle tier, and ornate flourishes on the bottom tier. I'll start with drawing the diagonal lines on the top tier. A fun thing you can do is actually hit play, and you can draw while the camera is animating. This is really helpful if you're trying to add certain details at different angles to your scene. The reason why this works is because since we have our keyframe at 0 and don't have auto keying enabled, any strokes we make regardless of where our playhead is will be applied to that keyframe. With the top tier done, I'll move on to our middle tier. I'm shifting the view a bit because since we have this light here and our stroke placement is set to surface, we might accidentally draw over it. Moving on to the bottom tier, let's turn off use pressure for this and decrease the radius a bit. Draw these curved lines on the cake stemming from one another. Then go into sculpt mode, and with the thickness tool selected, go over the ends of those lines to make a decorative end. The last thing is creating this icing ring around the base. In draw mode with the circle tool selected, go into top view with numpad 7 and make a circle around that base layer. Remember that because our stroke placement is set to surface, you'll need to draw on top of this cake stand so it looks visually correct. Then, in edit mode, position it with stroke select as needed. Go into sculpt mode and use the thickness tool to give it some size variation. Great, so now we have those tiers done. I want to create an outline around them. Let's duplicate this layer by clicking on this drop down here and selecting duplicate. Let's also check the option Auto Lock Inactive Layers. Move the duplicate layer to the bottom of the layers list, rename it to Icing Outline, and under Adjustments, increase the stroke thickness to 65 pixels. In Edit mode, hit A to select all the strokes, then head into the Material Properties tab, create a new material, and name it Outline. It's important to note that the materials made in the shader editor are different from the ones made in Grease Pencil. Also, if you enter a name that already exists in your file, it'll add 0.001 at the end of it. Make it the same stroke color as our outline material. You can copy and paste it from the emissive outline material we created for our meshes, or use the eyedropper tool. Leave fill unchecked and click Assign, and now we have our decorative icing elements done. If some of the elements look rough or jagged, you can go into sculpt mode and use the smooth tool to smooth it out. Let's move on to creating our cookie and meringue elements. We're going to create 4 new materials. The first one will be a mint green color, and I'll name it accordingly. I'm copying the stroke color from the outline material and pasting it here. Then I'll check fill and select a mint green color. The second will be a pink color. Copy the same stroke color and set the fill to a pink. The third will be a pale yellow color with the same stroke color, and the fourth will be a cream color with the same stroke color. Make sure your playhead is at frame 0, and create a new layer above the icing layer. The reason we move our playhead to frame 0 first is because when you create a new layer, a keyframe will be created at wherever your playhead is situated. If you weren't on frame 0, you can just shift the keyframe back to it. Name this Middle Elements and uncheck Use Lights. Go into top view with numpad 7 and in draw mode, set the stroke placement to 3D cursor and the drawing plane to front. Let's shift plus right click somewhere in the bottom middle half of our cake to set the 3D cursor. Go into front view with numpad 1 and select the circle tool. Set the radius to 35 and uncheck use pressure. For these elements, we're going to keep it simple by drawing round and organic shapes, and then adding details to them later, but you can make whatever you'd like. I'll pick the green material to start off, but we'll be cycling through all of them. I'm placing them on the sides of our cake and switching to the pink material, and then the cream. And now, with my draw tool, I'm going to make these meringue shapes. If you want to have strokes appear behind the ones you previously drew on that same layer, you can select this option up here, Draw Strokes on Back. Once you're done, uncheck the option Draw Strokes on Back and select the outline material. I'm also turning on Use Pressure for Radius. Add some detail lines to those shapes. I'm imagining the circles to be cookies or wafers, and for the meringues, I'm just following the curve. Feel free to add more details as needed. Now, I want to draw some elements in the back to give it some depth. Go into Top View with numpad 7 and Shift plus right click near the middle of our cake to set the 3D cursor. Make sure your playhead is at 0 and create a new layer under the icing outline layer. Name it Back Elements and uncheck Use Lights. In Camera View and with my circle tool selected, I'm going to make more circular shapes. Again, changing the color as needed. Then I'm creating those meringue shapes with the Draw tool. Use your camera view to help and feel free to edit the position or rotation of those elements in edit mode and lock the necessary axis. I'm checking to see if the composition is balanced on each side, and I'm just laying more colors and shapes. If you want to change the color of any of these strokes, you just need to have the strokes selected, right click, go to Assign, and then select the color. At the top of our cake, I want to create these pirouette wafers and chocolate bars sticking out. Set them at here. Pick a cream and we're going to switch to vertex color. More of those layer of texture, and we have this one and drawing it to be animated is in our scene. I am planning on putting out more tutorials and longer form resources, so let me know what else you'd like to see. For other videos, you can check out the grease pencil bakery tutorial I posted a few weeks ago. If you've seen videos, you can check out the grease pencil bakery tutorial I posted a few weeks to see. For and wanted to share with you this. You've probably seen this piece before, except it was just the arrangement in the middle. The second was a simple grease pencil armature and lattice rig, and so base. The shaders that were all right, but here I achieved that by. So after the middle portion, I wanted to optimize that workflow. Once that was parented them to a lattice armature rig. So after the middle portion elements, but because I did some pre-spring, and because I started this
Hungry
I
Paimon.
wanted to keep with the season.
おやすみ組。
Chose white and yellow
もうの一。
I also went with an Art Nouveau aesthetic with the repeating floor elements and the shape of the vase. The shader for these elements was the primary focus here.
Nighty night
I've been
V.
trying to figure out a way to create separation lines in between colors of a toon shader. I did some previous experiments that were all right, but here I achieved that by separating the RGB channels through compositing. It also works with any object with color separations, including grease pencil elements. But because it's done through compositing, you can't view it in real time and only after it's been rendered. It's still a little wonky, but I plan on optimizing this technique later on and perhaps creating a tutorial for it. So after the middle portion, I went on to creating the rest of the elements for a wider piece. This is where I started to go more abstract and ornamental. On the sides here, I thought to add these decorative leaf elements and parented them to a lattice armature rig for movement. I've used these rigs before, but I wanted to optimize that workflow. Once that was done, I used the mirror modifier to duplicate it to the other side and just illustrated more elements to fill up the piece. I then added more design elements and salmon colored accents to the foreground to give the piece some depth. The big thing here were those floral stalks in the background. For this, I was inspired by a helpful video by All the Works, and you can check out their channel in the link below. Basically, these were created with a geometry node system instancing grease pencil elements along a curve. Depending on your nodes and what those grease pencil elements are, you can arrange them to look like flowers. I have instanced grease pencil elements in a geometry node system before, but because this is instanced along a curve, I was able to use the draw tool in edit mode to generate flowers almost like a brush. The other cool thing about this is that the system retains the animations, modifiers, and effects for those individual grease pencil elements. Leading up to this, I did a few experiments like these grease pencil roses based on a piece that I did last year, and I'll probably turn this one into a future tutorial as well. Lastly, I added some butterfly elements, grease pencil effects, and made more compositing adjustments. Overall, I was trying to go for a bright, vibrant, and calming piece, and I was pretty happy with how this turned out. And that's it for this video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. As I mentioned in the beginning, I'm planning on getting back to a regular schedule and also live streaming, now that I have the hardware to do so. I know I'm behind on a few tutorials and I apologize. I still have them as a priority and will be uploading them in the coming weeks. Until then, you can find me on social media at Kev and Ram. Thanks again and see you guys next time. And the third was something easy where I inspired, and it's been great to have a set. Getting back into the rhythm of creating and wanted to share with you this new awesome. I'm used to using a Mac for all of my creative projects, but after a lot of resistance, I built a PC for work in 3D, and it's been great to have a setup for Blender. So if you follow me on social media, you've probably seen this piece before, except it was just the arrangement in the middle. Usually if I'm feeling not like with things, the past few months, I've been wanting to an outline technique. The second was a simple grease pencil armature and lattice rig, and the third was a geometry node system instancing grease pencil elements. The concept here was to create a bouquet of flowers for spring, and because I started this back in March, I wanted to keep with the season at the time, so I chose white and yellow Easter lilies with green as the base color. I also went with an Art Nouveau aesthetic with the repeating floor elements and the shape of the vase. The shader for these elements was the primary focus here. I've been trying to figure out a way to create separation lines in between colors. I think anytime you bring in this tree, it's situated at the world origin. So if you can't see in object mode and then draw a stroke, the fill and selecting at this, go back into scale it down, then on the X, and if you find duplicate and uncheck the building and take, I'm going to leave options will confirm and little material to outline, make a sort of muffin icon. For this part, uncheck use pressure for lights. You can lessen the position factor if it's free to comment below or reach out to me on Instagram at Kev and Ram. colors of a toon shader. I did some previous experiments that were alright, but here I achieved that by separating the RGB channels through compositing. It also works with any object with color separations, including grease pencil elements. But because it's done through compositing, you can't view it in real time and only after it's been rendered. It's still a little wonky, but I plan on optimizing this technique later on and perhaps creating a tutorial for it. So after the middle portion, I went on to creating the rest of the elements for a wider piece. This is where I started to go more abstract and ornamental. On the sides here, I thought to add these decorative leaf elements and parented them to a lattice armature rig for movement. I've used these rigs before, but I wanted to optimize that workflow. Once that was done, I used the mirror modifier to duplicate it to the other side and just illustrated more elements to fill up the piece. I then added more design elements and salmon colored accents to the foreground
Hey
to give the
Orange,
piece some depth.
how's the
The big
Blender
thing here
studying
were those
going?
floral stalks in the background. For this, I
Oh,
was
gee.
inspired by a helpful video by All the Works, and you can check out their channel in the link below. Basically, these were created with a geometry node system instancing grease pencil elements along a curve. Depending on your nodes and what those grease pencil elements are, you can arrange them to look like flowers. I have instanced grease pencil elements in a geometry node system before, but because this is instanced along a curve, I was able to use the tool and edit mode to
tutorial
generate
today.
flowers almost like a brush. The other cool thing about this is that the system retains share, and I'll probably thank you guys so much for using them in the coming days. Until then, you can find
これチュートリアルじゃなかったな。
Because this is a trick that
I am searching Blender tutorial. Next one.
Nice. About to study some kanji. Be right back. GL
いってらっしゃい。
Snorlax.
Good luck. はあ。 これを
Do you want that Blender Cloud Grease Pencil Fundamentals?
ファンダメンタル。クラウドグリースペンシル。I don't know. わかって。ファンダメンタル。Do I need it? すごいな。フォロワーがそんなにいるんだ。レンダークラウドグリースペンシル。まあでも、シェイダーと、I need shader and bone. ファンダメンタル。
I've pretty much used in all of my 3D pieces to date, and I just think it's so cool. So for this video, I'm gonna pull out an old piece, the very first project for which I tried to use 3D masks, and kind of failed. I kind of got it to work, but not how I wanted it to, and not very efficiently. But I've since figured out an awesome solution, and this is my redemption. So yeah, I've taken my old blend file from the Breath of the Wild fan art I made about the Karak forest, and then I just cleaned it up a bit so that we could just focus on the actual 3D mask part of it. So as you can see, I already have my camera set up. So it's just set to rotate 360 degrees around the object. I did this by creating an empty, which as you can see, I named Turn. I parented the camera to the empty, and then I just gave the empty 2 keyframes at the start and end, which were 360 degrees apart along the Z axis. So our mission today, to contain these 2 color layers within the shape of the Karak so that they act as fill layers. As you can see, we have this layer that was drawn on a 2D plane, and then we have this layer that was drawn on the surface of the mesh, because before doing anything 3D in grease pencil, I like to start with a mesh and do some very, very simple sculpting. So as you can see, these strokes follow the shape of the Karak. And when we're in camera view, they rotate with the object. But as you can see, they still go past the form, which is not what we want. We have our line art, and basically what we want is for the colors to stay within the lines. And so we want to do this by creating a mask. But here's the challenge. We can't just draw an outline around the shape, fill it, and use that as our mask, because we also want this mask to follow the shape of the Karak as our camera rotates around it. A sort of living fill layer, as I like to. to call it. And no, we will not be drawing 360 different fill outlines. So we have our grease pencil object and we have our mesh. We'll start by giving our mesh a few modifiers. So let's select our mesh and press Ctrl A and hit Apply All Transforms. This is just good practice and can prevent a lot of funny things from happening. Then we can go into the modifiers section, the blue wrench icon, and we'll add a solidify modifier. We'll give it an offset of 1. We'll set the thickness to between 0.2 to 0.4. And then, next to rim, check the box that says only rim. I'll explain the purpose of these modifiers in a bit, but one final note is just to make sure to not ever apply these modifiers. Next, we're going to add a decimate modifier. So we currently have 31,744 faces. So if we want Blender to not crash, we seriously need to get that number down. I try to go as low as possible while still having the form read decently well. That is too far. You can hold Shift to make the slider go a bit more slowly. 890. We're happy with that. So now what we want to do is, with our object selected, hit F3, search Convert, and then select Convert to Grease Pencil. Let's open up this little box and have a look. We'll check the box that says Keep Original, because we want to keep our mesh. And it all looks good. So before we go any further, I just want to address a small bug that has given me countless headaches. I should probably report it so it gets fixed, but alas. So we have our grease pencil object we created from our mesh. It's just called G pencil. If we select it and go into the object data properties, we can see that it has 2 layers, one for the lines and one for the fills. I'll just hide this mesh for now so that we can see. And then if we go into the material properties, we also see that it has one material for the strokes and one material for the fill. But let's say, down the line, as you keep working on your project, you go back to your mesh and decide to make some changes. No problem. Creating a new 3D fill mask is as easy as deleting this grease pencil object, selecting our mesh, and repeating this step. Except this. This just made my file incredibly slow. And, as I discovered, trying to delete nearly 1,000 materials from your file, not fun. So let's undo the heck out of that. So there are 2 really easy ways to avoid this. One, and the easiest, would just be to rename your mesh. You could also go into your Blender file, up here, open the drop down of the materials, and just select and delete the materials that are from the first time you converted the mesh into a grease pencil object. And then we can go back into our scene, and without needing to rename it, it will work. Perfect. So now, with the grease pencil object we made from our mesh selected, we can go once again into Object Data Properties, where we have our layers, and then we can select the fill layer, and in this drop-down menu, select Copy Layer to Object, and move it to our main grease pencil object. And it looks terrible. Don't mind the color change, that's just because I have a hue saturation modifier. But no, this is not what we want. So this is because it occupies the exact same 3D space as our object's mesh. So we can hide the grease pencil object we created, don't want it anymore. And so I always like to keep my meshes because, like I've talked about before, they can be very useful to hide the strokes on the other side. But fear not, we have the solidify modifier. So now we can just select our mesh, go into the modifiers, and hide our solidify modifier. We also don't really need to keep the decimate modifier anymore, but we'll still keep them in case we make any changes to our mesh and need to very quickly update our 3D mask. So then we can select our main grease pencil object, go back into Object Data Properties, And we want to move this fill layer to the bottom. It's around that this piece. The 3D image looks like it was made from scribbly lines. And I think that's so cool. Those scribbly lines were actually drawn on a 2D layer, like the 2D plane that we have for our Karak. And I masked it in the same way. We can also see that effect in this piece. So it's also possible to do this with an animation, but it's very tricky. I actually just tried it again for this video, and it was not great. So I'll just quickly explain for those of you who are daring, but try it at your own risk. So I've only ever used this for this one piece, this evolution. Honestly, the hardest part of this was animating the grease pencil strokes to transform, which I did using the sculpt tools and the interpolation tool. You don't have to lie in the sun, you know. Hi, you. Good boy. Object button up here, and then select animation, and then select bake mesh to grease pencil. And object mode, press the object button up here, and then select animation, and then select bake mesh to grease pencil. And then we're going to create a new object, and then you can just select which frames contain the animation. And then the only other thing you want to do is down here in projection type, select no reproject. And then you just pray that you decimated it enough and that your computer can handle it. I'd say, once again, if you are crazy enough to try this, give your computer like 2 to 10 minutes. Depending on the number of faces you have and the length of your cool effect. And like even in this one, you can still see those sketchy lines dancing around. And kind of like I found Blender. But yes, that being said, I don't pieces that have 3D. So I hope that was helpful, as always. Good boy. Obtain the animation from the Breath of the Wild fan art I made about the Karak forest. In this video, I very quickly talked about turning meshes into 3D masks for grease pencil art. And so I thought now would be a good time to go into that in more detail, because this is a trick that I've pretty much used in all of my 3D pieces to date, and I just think it's so cool. So for this video, I'm gonna pull out an old piece, the very first project for which I tried to use 3D masks, and kind of failed. I kind of got it to work, but not how I wanted it to and not very efficiently. But I've since figured out an awesome solution, and this is my redemption. So yeah, I've taken my old blend file from the Breath of the Wild fan art I made about the Karak forest, and then I just cleaned it up a bit so that we could just focus on the actual 3D mask part of it. So as you can see, I already have my camera set up. So it's just set to rotate 360 degrees around the object. I did this by creating an empty, which as you can see, I named turn. I parented the camera to the empty, and a layer that you can cast the form.
와, 브랜드に何しようかな。何も決まんなかった。はあ。
Hello, everybody. The keyframes of
Different.
the one you're looking for. The first thing we need to do is leave
Medium White Star New Category, Art Medium White Star New Status, Study Video Editing Davinci.
My name is Chris Lang. 自己紹介の部分から始まるということになります。ちなみにこれと同じことをもっとショートカットで早くやりたいという方はですね、このリプルの中の先頭再生ヘッドの位置へと末尾を再生ヘッドの位置へというのがあります。これを使っていただくといいと思います。シフト、コマンド、鍵カッコですね。まあ他のキーボードショートカットにもできますけども、これを使うとプレイヘッドの位置で、まあ、こんな感じで短くすることができます。先ほどやったハサミを入れてデリートするというのをワンアクションでするというのが、まあこのトリムですね。リプルトリムという機能です。まあ教科書にはこれ載ってないんですけれども、覚えておいても損はないと聞いてみるところがありますので、ボタンを押します。そうすると自動的に素材の尺に合わせて速度を変えながら再生をしてくれるんですね。なのでこの辺りの長い尺のものは早く再生をしてくれます。もしここを設定変更した場合には、保存後ダヴィンチリゾルブを再起動する必要がありますので、この動画ではダヴィンチリゾルブ17を使ったカットページでの編集方法についてお話をしていきたいと思います。先日ブラックマジックのサイトでダヴィンチリゾルブ17ビギナーズガイドというトレーニングブックが発表されています。こちらは PDF 形式になっておりまして、かなり詳しく編集ですとかカラーですとか様々なページの基礎的な使い方が紹介されてるんですけども、残念ながらこれが全てまだ英語なんですね。今後日本語版出てくると思いますけれども、まだ日本語版リリースされておりませんので、その代わりとしてこの動画では日本語でこの内容を説明していきたいと思います。今回の動画ではレッスン1のカットページをやります。でカットページに関してはですね、こちらのスピードエディターを使うと、高速に編集をご紹介してるんですけれども、別の動画でもこのスピードエディターを使ったやり方っていうのをご紹介してるんですけれども、今回はテキスト通りスピードエディターを使わずにキーボードとマウスだけでどういうふうにカットページで編集するかというのをお話ししていきたいと思います。では、この最初のダヴィンチリゾルブを開いたここでまっさらなノベとは日本語にぜひそのばっか万が一をすること、保存後ダヴィンチリゾルブを再起動する必要があります。プロジェクト、今回名前を入れておきましょう。ファイルのメニューからプロジェクトの方通り OMO クイックカットという名前を入れます。 OMO というのはこれからインタビュー映像が出てくるんですけども、そのインタビューを受けている人の前です。お店の名前ですね。これが OMO というものになります。ブランドの名前です。はい、これで関してはこれ3つはこのようになっているような素材となっております。でレッスン1ですね。で OMO フッテージというのを使います。でこの階層ごとが出てきますね。フレームレート、こうしないとやると素材の内容にかかわらず今あるフレームレートっていうのが維持されます。変更とやりますと今から入れる素材のフレームレートに一致するということになります。今回変更をしたいと思います。どこでフレームレートを見れるかというとですね、この右下の歯車のマークですね、こちらを開くとタイムラインフレームレートというのがマスター設定の中にあります。今 23.976 というふうになってますけれども、この 23.976 というのは素材が 23.976 なので、こういうフレームレートになっているということになります。このままで大丈夫だと思います。最終的にこの素材を書き出しますけれども、その素材の書き出しをする際のフレームレートはまさにこのフレームレートということになります。 で、素材がまあいろいろありまして、例えばインタビューというのを開くと、こういうふうに素材を見たりすることができるんですけれども、実はこのカットページでは素材を一気に見るためのすごく簡単な方法があります。それは何かというとですね、このビューアーの左上ですね、こちらのボタン、ソーステープというボタンを押します。そうしますと、このような形で、すべての素材の内容が一気に確認できるということになります。今、プレイヘッドこういうふうに動かしますけども、そうするとこういうふうに素材が一望できるということになります。で、その素材の並び方も自由にできますね。このメディアプールの右上で、例えば瓶というふうにやりますと、先ほどのフォルダーごとにこういうふうに並べることも、並び方も自由にできますね。このメディアプールの右上で、例えば瓶というふうにやりますと、先ほどのフォルダーごとにこういうふうに並べることもできますし、タイムコード順、カメラ番号順とか、様々な設定でこういうふうに並べることができます。で、その並んだ順番に右側のソーステープで表示されるということになります。今回は瓶でいきたいと思います。で、このソーステープですね、プレイヘッドを掴んでこういうふうに素材を一気に見るためのすごく簡単な方法があります。それは何かというとですね、このビューアーの一気にステープというボタンを押します。そうしますと、このような形で、すべての素材の内容が一気に確認できるということになります。今、プレイヘッドをこういうふうに動かしますけども、そうすると、こういうふうに素材が一望できるということになります。で、その素材の並び方も自由にできますね。このメディアプールの右上で、例えば瓶というふうにやりますと、先ほどのフォルダーごとにこういうふうに並べることもできますし、タイムコード順、カメラ番号順とか、様々な設定でこういうふうに並べることができます。で、その並んだ順番に右側のソーステープで表示されるということになります。今回は瓶でいきたいと思います。で、 でこのソーステープですね、まあ、プレヘッドを掴んでこういうふうに移動してもいいですし、あとはでこうになります。その並んだ順番に右側のソーステープで
I find myself needing to sculpt a horse in Blender and it seems a daunting task.
Blender and it seems つまずくタスク。もう it's with you are making you are using Blender to これかということは
I believe in you.
Are you
From part 1.
making using this video?
Many thanks, I'll give it my best shot.
I wanna see your progress now.
Not that video, I just looked at some general information about sculpting.
それはすごい。
And now I will kind of figure out as I go. Orange demands seeing your progress before you have even started.
Not started. Find myself
Haha,
reading
this is
to
fun.
sculpt horse in Blender and
Tall orders from Orange face with tears of joy.
oh, なんだ I themed you are making a
About to
horse
start.
now. Already. But not yet. Oh. そうだな、俺これやって、うんうん。
Drawing. I'm
やってから、この人が、ある程度やってるから。
That's a nice horse skeleton.
いいな。そう、はい。Will run lattice and shader and line art modifier.
I like how I could probably find a tutorial for it, but instead I'm like, no, I'm gonna muddle through it blindly. Ha, sometimes you learn best by just diving in.
Just diving in. I use actually. だな。だなす。
It might not always look the best, but you may end up learning more.
I am beginner, so I need many reference. Oh.
Yet I'd never be able to sculpt a horse without a ton of references lol.
これ見ても大して。
Oh hell yeah, I'm already searching images lol.
フォルダーごとにこういうふうに並べることもできますし、タイムコード順、カメラ番号順、
瓶が出てこないんだよな。
設定でこういうふうに並べることができます。で、その並んだ順番に右側のソーステープで表示されるということになります。今回は瓶でいきたいと思います。
瓶が表示されない。
このソーステープですね、プレイヘッドを掴んでこういうふうに移動してもいいですし、あとは下に様々なトランスポートボタンがあるので、逆再生、再生、停止、クリップ送りという感じで、移動してもいいです。あとはここにジョグシャトル、ジョグというのがあるので、これをドラッグするとより細かく前後に動かすこともできます。もしくはここにカーソルを置いた状態でタッチパッドとかをスクロールすると、こういうふうに前後に動かすこともできます。ただ、このレッスンでおすすめしたいのは、そういう方法ではなくて、キーボードショートカットを使うという方法なんですね。これで編集が早くなります。今、私の目の前にこのキーボードありますけども、こちらを使いたいと思います。で、どこを使うかというと、この JKL というところですね。こちらに3本指置いてもらって操作をしてみてください。どういうふうに操作するかというのをピクチャーインピクチャーでご説明しますけれども、L を押すと再生になります。K を押すと停止。J を押すと戻ります。これだけで再生、逆再生、停止というのができるということですね。あと、L ボタン、J ボタンを2度押しすると2倍速になります。今、L ボタン2回押しましたけども、そうすると2倍速になります。さらに押すと、どんどん速度が上がっていきます。はい、逆もしかりですね。J も逆再生ですけども、押すごとにどんどん速度が上がっていくと。で、どこで速度見れるかというと、ここですね。こちらの方に速度が書いてあるのが分かります。で、もしこの辺りうるさいよという場合にはですね、オーディオオフにしてもらうと、そこのオーディオをオフにすることができます。で、さらにですね、この K を押しながら L ボタンをこういうふうに押してもらうと、1コマずつ送れるんですね。J も同じです。J は逆に1コマずつ送るということができます。で、これ当然ですね、この矢印キーで移動することができるんですけども、矢印キーを使ってしまうと JKL でせっかくこういうふうに置いてるのに、またこっちに行かないといけないんですね。これでまたやっぱり時間がかかってしまうので、おすすめはもう JKL に腕を置いて、手を置いて、もうここで全てやるということですね。あとは K を押しながら L を長押しすると、こんな感じでスロー再生になります。これ音があった方が分かりやすいですね。音を出しますが、
My name is Chris Lang, and I'm the founder of Working Mountain Outfitters. We are located.
逆も同じですね。K を押しながら J を長押しすると、
要はうるさい。
はい、こういう感じで逆再生ができます。あと、ついでに覚えておいた方がいいのが、この上矢印、下矢印ですね。こちらを使うとクリップ送りができます。なので、おすすめはこういう感じでクリップを送ってもらって、目当てのクリップに。
In our store and Las Cruces, New
JKL を使って再生をする。
Mexico. Working Outfitters is a lifestyle and outdoor brand that not only promotes
スローもすると。コマを入れてコマを振るという感じですね。そうすると、すごく編集が早くなると思います。で、これはソーステップだけじゃなくて、タイムラインでも使えますし、他のページでも実は使える機能になります。なので、最初にこの JKL で慣れておくと、最終的には編集作業がすごく楽になると思います。はい、 あとはですね、素材の確認という意味で便利なのが一つありまして、このファストレビューというボタンですね。こちらを押しますと、すごく早く素材を確認することができます。どういうことかというとですね、通常早く素材を確認するときには L ボタンを何度も押して再生するかもしれないんですけど、そうすると、この辺りはいいんですけれども、途中のこのクリップがたくさんあるところですね、この辺りがすごい早く飛ばされちゃうんですね。なのでこの辺りがどういうシーンがあるのかっていうのはいまいちイメージがつかないということになります。なのでおすすめはですね、このファストレビューというボタンを押します。そうすると自動的に素材の尺に合わせて速度を変えながら再生をしてくれるんですね。
レビューが出てこない。もうすでにくっついてるのか。はいはいはい。
なのでこの辺りの長い尺のものは早く再生を、
なるほど。
でそれ以外のものに関してはよりゆっくり再生してください。これが1倍から8倍までの速度をダヴィンチが勝手に尺に合わせて設定して再生してくれますので、これを見てもらうとすごく早く確認できると思います。 P ボタンを押すと全画面にして確認することもできますね。で今先ほど差し掛かってきましたけども、先ほど見た短いクリップがあるところですけども、ここゆっくり再生してくれるんですね、この辺りは。なので、こういった短めのショットがある場合もそれぞれどういう映像があるかっていうのをもう何も速度を自分で変えることなく確認することができるということですね。なのでこのファストレビューというのはですね、素材の確認という意味ではすごく 最初、使いやすいところだと思います。これを使うことでどういう素材があるかっていうのを一通りチェックすることができますということですね。では実際の編集入っていきましょう。素材の確認が終わりましたら、素材をタイムラインに投げ込んでいく必要があります。タイムラインを作りましょう。ファイルのメニューから新規タイムラインというのを開きます。タイムライン名を聞かれますので、ここで OMO プロモというふうに入れます。新あります。タイムラインを作りましょう。ファイルのメニューから新規タイムラインというのを開きます。タイムライン名を聞かれますので、ここで OMO プロモというふうに入れます。そうするとこんな感じで新しいタイムラインが出来上がります。でこの中にインタビューの素材をどんどん入れていきたいと思いますので、このメディアプールの左上のところでインタビューというのを選びます。で、ソーステープというのを選びます。そうするとこんな感じでインタビューの素材だけがソーステープとして並びました。では最初のクリップ再生してみましょう。作りましょう。ファイルのメニューからここでそうするとこんな感じプロモというふうに入れます。そうするとこんな感じで新しいタイムラインが出来上がります。でこの中にインタビューの素材をどんどん入れていきたいと思いますので、このメディアプールの左上のところでインタビューというのを選びます。で、ソーステープというのを選びます。そうするとこんな感じでインタビューの素材だけがソーステープとして並びました。では最初のクリップ再生してみましょう。
My name is Chris Lang and I'm the founder of Warrior Mountain Outfitters.
はい、このクリップは最初自己紹介をしているところなんですね。まあ、自己紹介やっぱり最初に来た方がいいので、これを最初に入れましょう。素材を放り込むにはこのメディアプールの下にある6つのボタンを使います。よく使うのはこの左側の2つ。ですけれども、末尾に追加というのを今から使っていきます。これはですね、タイムラインの一番後ろにどんどんクリップを置いていくためのものです。この状態で今、末尾に追加というのを押します。そうしますと何が起こるかというと、ソーステープで今プレイヘッドがあるクリップが そのまま入っていきます。これ全部のクリップが入ってるわけじゃなくて、この最初選ばれてるクリップがありますけど、このクリップが下のタイムラインに入りますよと。これステープで今プレイヘッドします。そうしますと何が起こるかというと、ソーステープで今プレイヘッドがあるクリップがそのまま入ってきます。これ全部のクリップが入ってるものです。この状態で今末尾に追加というのを押します。そうしますと何が起こるかというと、ソーステープで今プレイヘッドがあるクリップがそのまま入ってきます。これ全部のクリップが入ってるわけじゃなくて、この最初選ばれてるクリップがありますけど、このクリップが下のタイムラインに入りますよ。ということになります。はい、では次のクリップどんどん入れていきましょう。4つ目のクリップいきましょう。4つ目のクリップですけれども、ここで再生をしてみます。はい、ここから始めたいと思いますので、戻りまして、喋り始めのところでインテンを打ちます。で、インテンアウト点というのは、素材の中で使いどころをここからここというふうに指定するものになりまして、このキーボードショートカットだとちょうど JKL の上にある I と O というボタンになりますので、この右手は全然動かす必要はない、もしくは左手を動かす必要はないということになります。じゃあインテンを打ちますね。I ボタンを打ちます。はい、ここから再生をします。
We want people to experience the Southwest because it's so unique. There's nothing like it that I've
ボタンを打ちます。はい、ここから再生をします。
We want people
and how you kind of give back to the community. So can you tell me a little bit? And so what inspires all your designs and your products? All right. And so what inspires all your designs and your products?
Really being on the road, visiting these places, and capturing their
people experience the Southwest because it's so unique. There's nothing like it that I've personally ever experienced, whether it's the community, the culture, the food, the landscapes.
で、ランドスケープというふうに言ってるところで止めまして、アウトポイントを押します。アウトポイントは O ボタンですね。I の横の O ボタンを押します。そうすると、使いどころがインテン、アウト点という形で入りました。で、またアペンドボタンを押しまして、最後に追加をします。これで2つクリップ。
beauty with our cameras and also design inspiration, sketching, text and syrups and as it was on their maker the we can make ma ze optimize it about lo er not
All your designs and your products.
Really being on the road lo er not really being on the road, visiting these places, and capturing their beauty with our cameras and also design inspiration, sketching out, in the field. It really kind of
が入りました。また再生を続けます。
I can honestly say it's changed my life, and it's given me a family in a way that I didn't have, growing up. And to me, that's really special. That's really unique. And our brand.
はい、ここからですね、Our brand is というところで、ブランドの説明をするところがありますので、ここでまた印点を打ちましょう。
Our brand is just really a reflection of our community and who we are.
Who we are というふうに言っているところでアウト点を打ちます。そして末尾に追加をします。で、毎回ここに行くのめんどくさいという方は、ショートカットを覚えていただくといいと思います。実は今やってるところっていうのは、このタイムラインの末尾に追加というところなんですけども、シフトファンクションキーの12というのを押しますと、一番最後に乗ります。ちょっと押してみましょう。はい。今、最後の部分にクリップが乗っかりました。では、また再生をしていきます。
And so that's why as we're going forward, we're really encouraging people to not only get outdoors, tell that story. And so it's not just the landscapes, but it's also the people that we meet on the road, whether it's through Instagram or social media, and being able to connect and media and being able to connect and hear their stories and tell our stories, and that's what really inspires us. And we take that inspiration and we bring it back to the store, and that's really where the design process starts. But to also give back at the same time. And so how do we embody that? And the only way to do that,
はい。The only way というところですね。
the only
この辺りでまた印点を打ちます。
The only way to do that is to experience it. And that's why we say experience the Southwest.
はい。文章が終わったところで止めます。で、最後、瞬きをしてるんですけども、この瞬きをする前で止めましょう。はい。瞬きする前まで戻ってアウト点を打ちます。これで印点、アウト点、使いどころが決まりました。で、これでまたアペンドですね。末尾に追加、シフトファンクションキーの12番で、またクリップが加わりました。じゃあまた、
really being on the road, visiting these places, really being on the road, visiting these places, and capturing their beauty with our cameras, and also design inspiration, sketching out, in the field. It really kind of
ソーステープでクリップを探していきますけど、今度は2つ目のクリップ、左から2つ目のクリップに行きまして、ここでまた別のインタビューのセクションを使います。で、今回探すところが That's really what inspires us というところなんですが、クリップの最後の方にあるんですね。その場合にはさっきの使 使った JKL で L を2回押して2倍速で見るといいと思います。
My name is Chris Lang, and I'm the founder of Warrior Mountain Outfitters. We are located in our store in Las Cruces, New Mexico.
So what is Warrior Mountain Outfitters?
Warrior Mountain Outfitters is a lifestyle and outdoor brand that not only promotes outdoors, but also gives back at the same time to our communities that we live in. And so with every purchase, we donate lunch to local schools, and we donated over 100,000 lunches so far.
And so what inspires all your
Really on the road, visiting places.
はい、で、That's というふうに言ってるので、ここ
Outfitters is a lifestyle and outdoor brand
からもらうんですけど、ただ問題がありまして、ここ聞いてみると分かるんですが、That という言葉を言い直してるんですね。なので2回喋ってます。なので、印点を打つのが結構ここ、精度がいるところなんですね。で、その場合どうしたらいいかというとですね、とりあえず印点を打ってください。印点を打った後に、このソーステープの左からですね、こいつを掴んで動かしてみてください。そうすると、波形がこういうふうに拡大されて表示されるんですね。で、今、DAT というふうに言ってるのは、ここで DAT1 回目、で、ここで DAT2 回目というふうに言ってるので、この1回
inspires all your design.
Not only promotes the outdoors, but also gives back at the same time to our communities that we live in. And so with every purchase, we donated lunch to local schools, and we donated over 100,000 lunches so far.
That's awesome. Oh. Right. And so what inspires all your design? So what is Warrior Mountain Outfitters?
Warrior Mountain Outfitters is a lifestyle and outdoor brand that not only promotes the outdoors, but also gives back at the same time to our communities that we live in. And so with every purchase, we donated most outdoors, but also gives back at the same time to our communities that we live in. And so with every purchase, we donated lunch to local schools, and we donated over 100,000 lunches so far. My name is Chris Lang, and I'm the founder of Warrior Mountain Outfitters. We are located in our store in Las Cruces, New Mexico.
So what is Warrior Mountain Outfitters?
Warrior Mountain Outfitters is a lifestyle and outdoor brand that not only promotes the outdoors, but also gives back at the same time.
細かく精度を合わせてもらうといいと思います。で、アウトポイントを探しに行きます。
That's what really inspired.
That not only promotes the outdoors, but also gives that not only promotes the outdoors, but also gives back at the same time to our communities that we live in. And so with every purchase, we donated lunch to same time to our I don't know, you have things like back at the same time to our communities that we live in. And so with every purchase, we donated lunch to local schools.
Us, and we take that inspiration and we bring it back to the store, and that's really where the design process starts.
はい、ここでセンテンスが終わってますので、ここでアウトポイントを打ちます。で、また、末尾に追加をします。はい。で、これでですね、素材が一通り、合計5つ入りましたので、この状態から今度はタイムラインに移って作業していきたいと思います。カットページのタイムライン一つ特徴がありますね。通常タイムラインって一つなんですが、ここ見てもらうと上に一つと下に一つということでタイムライン2つ見えるんですね。でもこれ別に2つタイムラインがあるわけではなくて、上のタイムラインっていうのがタイムライン全体を見るものになりまして、その下がそのタイムラインを拡大して見るというものになります。なので使い方としてはですね、プレイヘッドを上でこういうふうに動かしてもらって編集したいところに行きまして、そこの編集点を移動したりとかっていうのを下のタイムラインでやるということになります。これがあることでズームインズームアウトを毎回しなくてもいいというメリットがあります。では最初のクリップいきましょう。これ最初イン点アウト点を打たずに入れたものなので、結果的にかなり尺的に長くなってるんですね。なのでここでいらない部分を切りたいと思います。再生します。
Okay, so tell me about yourself and where My name is Chris.
はい。My name is というところです
Zoom
ね。
in out.
笑った後にしましょうか。
My name out.
ここのあたりで、切りたいと思います。その際、ハサミを入れるといいと思いますね。左上のところにクリップを分割というのがありますので、これを押します。そうすると、今、プレートがある位置でクリップが分割されます。で、最初の部分いらないので、最初の部分選んで、バックスペースもしくはデリートキーを押しますと、こんな感じで。 そうすると、
My name is Chris Lang.
自己紹介の部分。
This is a lifestyle and outdoor.
So tell me about yourself and where we are.
My name is Chris Lang now.
から始まるという部分、ヘッドがある位置。その尺的に長くなってるんですね。なので、ここでいらない部分を切りたいと思います。再生します。
My name is Chris.
はい。My name is というところですね。笑った後にしましょうか。
My name
ここのあたりで切りたいと思います。その際、ハサミを入れるといいと思いますね。左上のところにクリップを分割というのがありますので、これを押します。そうすると、今、プレヘッドがある位置でクリップが分割されます。で、最初の部分いらないので、最初の部分選んで、バックスペースもしくはデリートキーを押しますと、こんな感じで消せる。
A can J lurk.
ハローさん。こんにちは。はあ。はあ。
すると
My name is Chris Lang.
自己紹介から始まるということになります。ちなみにこれと同じことをもっとショートカットで早くやりたいという方はですね、このリプルの中の先頭再生ヘッドの位置へと末尾を再生ヘッドの位置へというのがあります。これを使っていただくといいと思います。シフト、コマンド、鍵カッコですね。まあ他のキーボードショートカットにもできますけども、これを使うとプレイヘッドの位置で、まあ、こんな感じで短くすることができます。先ほどやったハサミを入れてデリートするというのをワンアクションでするというのが、まあこのトリムですね。リプルトリムという機能です。まあ教科書にはこれ載ってないんですけれども、覚えておいても損はないというところだと思います。じゃあこれさらに編集をしていきましょう。
My name is Chris Lang and I'm the founder of Rocky Mountain Outfitters. We are located in our store in Las Cruces, New Mexico.
はい、ここで一つ文章を区切ってますので、ここで切りたいと思います。でまた瞬きをしてますので、瞬きの前で止めまして、ここで切りたいと思います。先ほどこのハサミを使いましたけども、このプレイヘッドの上の部分右クリックするとハサミマーク出てきますので、ここでも切ることができます。ここで切れ目を入れて右のクリップをデリートですね。ここで先ほどこのハサミを使いましたけども、このプレイヘッドの上の部分右クリックするとハサミマーク出てきますので、ここでも切ることができます。ここで切れ目を入れて右のクリップをデリートですね。バックスペースで消すと。まあこれも先ほどと同じようにですね、シフト、コマンド、鍵カッコというのを使うことによって、まあワンアクションで同じことをやることも可能になっています。とりあえずこれで自己紹介の部分が残りました。 さらにこの辺りですね、細かく調整したい。切った位置が違ってたという場合にはトリムエディットをすることができます。こういうことですね。編集点を掴んで長くしたり短くしたりすることができるんですが、その際に便利な情報としては、この左側のオーディオトリムですね。こちらオンにしておくと、トリムをするときにこんな感じで波形が出てくるのでやりやすいと思います。例えば話し終えた後に直後で終えようと思う場合には波形が落ち着くところで止めるということですね。はい、このオーディオトリムを押しますと、トリムをするときに波形が拡大表示されるということになります。ではクリップの順序を変えるというのをやってみたいと思います。これは上のタイムラインを使った方がいいですね。押しところやりやすいところにしておくと、トリムをするときにこんな感じで波形が出てくる。オンにしておくことができるんですが、こういうこと、位置が違ってたという。さらにこの辺りですね、細かく調整したい。切った位置が違ってたという場合にはトリムエディットをすることができます。こういうことですね。編集点を掴んで長くしたり短くしたりすることができるんですが、こういうことですね。編集点を掴んで長くしたり短くしたりすることができるんですが、その際に便利な情報としては、この左側のオーディオトリムですね。こちらオンにしておくと、トリムをするときにこんな感じで波形が出てくるのでやりやすいと思います。例えば話し終えた後に直後で終えようと思う場合には波形が落ち着くところで止めるということですね。このオーディオトリムを押しますと、トリムをするときに波形が拡大表示されるということになります。ではクリップの順序を変えるというのをやってみたいと思います。これは上のタイムラインを使った方がいいですね。上のタイムラインで一番最後のクリップありますけど、これを移動したいと思います。どこに置くかというと、2番目と3番目のクリップの間に置きたいと思いますので、こちらの方にドラッグして持ってきて、でここにポンと置きます。そうすると順序が変わるということになります。クリップの順序を変えるのも非常にこの各ページでは簡単だというのがお分かりいただけます。こちらの方にドラッグして間に置く。どこに置くかというと、最後のクリップありますけど、これを移動したいと思います。どこに置くかというと、2番目と3番目のクリップの間に置きたいと思いますので、こちらの方にドラッグして持ってきて、でここにポンと置きます。そうすると順序が変わるということになります。クリップの順序を変えるのも非常にこの各ページでは簡単だというのがお分かりいただけると思います。ではインタビューとりあえず5つ入りましたので、今度は B ロールというのを乗っけていきたいと思います。B ロールというのは何かというと、インタビューのこういう映像とかに入ってくる差し込まれる映像の2番最後のクリップありますけど、これを移動したいと思います。どこに置くかというと、2番目と3番目のクリップの間に置きたいと思いますので、こちらの方にドラッグして持ってきて、
And so that's why, as we're going forward, we're really encouraging people to not only get outdoors, but to also get back at the same time. And so, how do we embody that? And the only way to do that is to experience it. And that's why we say experience the Southwest. Lifestyle and outdoor brand that not only promotes the outdoor lifestyle and outdoor brand, motto of how we started, which is buy a shirt, give a lunch. Can do. I mean, you're a child, so what we really want to do as a company is take that burden off those families who are struggling to. There's nothing you can do. I mean, you're a child. You're a child, so what we really want to do as a company is take. As a child, there's nothing you can do. As a child, there's nothing you can do. I mean, you're a child, so what we really want to do as a company is take that burden off those families who are struggling to pay their lunch balance. And so what we've done is, with every purchase, we donate a lunch to the local public schools here. And to date, we've donated over 100,000 lunches. So the whole motto, buy a shirt, give a lunch, change your community, has really been inspirational, not only to our community, but to us as well, because now we're in a position like, can we duplicate this? And this fall, we're going to be opening a store in Albuquerque, and we've already donated $1,000, which is 2,500 lunches, to, just based on online sales that we've had up there. And we're really, really looking forward to the future.
So,
we want people to experience the Southwest because it's so unique. There's nothing like it that I have personally ever experienced, whether it's the community, the culture, the food, the landscapes. I can honestly say it's changed my life. And it's given me a family in a way that I didn't have, growing up. And to me, that's really special. That's really unique. And our brand is just really a reflection of our community and who we are. And so that's why, as we're going forward, we're really encouraging people to not only get outdoors, but to also get back at the same time. And so how do we embody that? And the only what really makes us unique is so what really makes us unique so what really makes us unique is the whole motto of how we started, which is buy here in Doña Ana County, 25% of our community lives in poverty. And I grew up in poverty, and I understand what it's poverty. And
でここにポンと置きます。そうすると順序が変わるということになります。クリップの順序を変えるのも非常にこのカットページでは簡単だというのがお分かりいただけると思います。順序変わると。でここにドラッグして持ってきて、でここにポンと置きます。そうすると順序が変わるという。
おー、眠い。うーん。うーん。あー、眠い。うーん。
クリップの順序を変えるのも非常にこのカットページでは簡単だというのがお分かりいただけると思います。では、インタビューとりあえず5つ入りましたので、今度は B ロールというのを乗っけていきたいと思います。B ロールというのは何かというと、インタビューのこういう映像とかに入ってくる、差し込まれる映像のことですね。インタビューの内容と関連がある映像を差し込むことによって、より面白い映像作品にすることができる。
翻訳テスト。
できると思います。でその際にこのインタビュー部分と B ロール部分、ちゃんと色分けした方が分かりやすいと思いますので、ここで色分けをやりましょう。今メディアプール、インタビューの素材しか入ってないので、この状態で全選択しまして、右クリック。そして、クリップカラーをオレンジにします。そうすると、自動的にそのインタビュー部分がオレンジ色になりますので、タイムラインの中で見たときにも非常に分かりやすいというメリットがあります。では、別の瓶を開きましょう。メディアプールのところで瓶選択になりまして、こちらでシーナリーというのを開きます。そうすると、この素材の中で風景ですね。屋外の風景が出てくるものが表示されるということになります。で今からソーステープを使うんですけども、毎回このボタンを押してソーステープとタイムライン移動するのは大変なので、ここでもショートカットをご紹介しておきます。英語の Q ですね。クイーンの Q というのがありますけども、これを使うとワンボタンでタイムラインとソーステープ移動することができます。今この状態で風景のクリップだけがソーステープとして並んでいるという状態になりました。素材を探しましょう。最初は広大な自然が見える風景の方がいいと思いますね。こちらを使ってみましょう。このクリップ、印点を打ちまして、7秒欲しいので、7秒作りたいと思います。でこの右上のタイムコードのところですね。ここで700というふうに入れてもらって、エンターを押すと自動的にそこでイン点アウト点の長さが7秒になります。これしておくと便利ですね。7秒パッと欲しいときにはここに7秒というふうに インテンから7秒分のところにアウトポイントが打たれるということになります。で、これを最初のところですね。タイムラインの最初に置きたいので、このクリップを掴んでドラッグして、一番最初のところにポーンと。
Ready. At the same
放り込みます。そうするともう簡単にクリップがタイムラインの上に乗りました。で、終わりも同じ自然の絵にしたいです。し かも同じショットにしたいので、このイン点アウト点打たれた状態、そのままでまたドラッグしてタイムラインの最後に放り込みます。そうするとタイムラインの最初最後に、広大な自然が最後と最初に移るという状態になりました。では今度、インサート、挿入というのをやってみましょう。インタビューこれ5個ずっと続いてるんですけども、途中にやっぱり映像が差し込まれた方が面白いですよね。なので、この最初と2つ目のオレンジのクリップの間に映像を差し込みたいと思います。でその場合、カットページでは面白い作法がありまして、このプレイヘッド、編集点の上に厳密に置かなくても、だいたいこの辺に置いてもらえれば、スマートインジケーターっていうのが出てくるんですね。なので、プレイヘッドがここにあるということは、ちょっとスタート、挿入というのをやってみましょう。インタビューこれ5個ずっと続いてるんですけども、途中にやっぱり映像が差し込まれた方が面白いですよね。なので、この最初と2つ目のオレンジのクリップの間に映像を差し込みたいと思います。でその場合、カットページでは面白い作法がありまして、このプレイヘッド、編集点の上に厳密に置かなくても、だいたいこの辺に置いてもらえれば、スマートインジケーターっていうのが出てくるんですね。なので、プレイヘッドがここにあるということは、ちょっとずれてるけど、この近くの編集点に置きたいということですね。ということで、ダヴィンチのカットページが勝手に認識してくれるんですね。なので、他のページとか他の編集ソフトであるような、完全に編集点のところまでプレイヘッドを持っていかなくてもですね、ちゃんとカットページが賢くスマートに解釈してくれて、ここに素材を放り込んでくれるということになっています。じゃあ Q ボタンを押しまして、ソーステープに行きまして、3人が歩いているところを持ってきましょう。こちらですね。はい。で、この最初の人が入ってくるところをもらいましょう。ここで、印点を打ちまして、でこここのタイムコードのところに200というふうに入れます。はい、これで2秒間のクリップができましたので、ここからインサートをします。インサートは先ほどの末尾に 以下の左側ですね、スマート挿入というのがありますので、これを押します。そうすると、今、スマートインジケーターがあるところにクリップが差し込まれるということになります。では、また別のところに差し込みましょうか。タイムライン、プレヘッドを移動しまして、3番目のクリップの後ですね、ここに置きましょう。また、スマートインジケーターが表示されています。Q を押しまして、クリップを表示します。で、今回は今ストアの話をしているので、ストアの屋内の映像を入れたいと思います。なので、シーナリーではなくて、ストアというのを選びまして、ここから別の素材を持ってきましょう。一番最初にあるクリップが適当だと思います。こちらデザインしてますよね。なのでこのデザインしているものを入れたいと思います。ちょうどこの黒丸がコンピュータースクリーン上に出てくる直前にしましょうか。印点を打ちまして、また3秒 もらいまして、インティアンス点が打たれました。はい、まあ、こういう感じですね。で、このインテアンス点打たれた状態でスマート挿入をします。ファンクションキーを使いたい方はですね、この F9 ですね、ファンクションキーの9番が挿入になりますので、ファンクションキーの9番を押します。そうするとちゃんとスマートインサートができたということになります。で、ここからですね、スプリットエディットというのをお話ししてみたいと思います。どういうことかというとですね、今のこのタイムラインの状態ですと、インタビューがあって、また別の映像があって、またインタビューが始まるというふうになってるんですけども、この映像とインタビューの音声を重ねることによって、編集点、映像の編集点と音声の編集点を変えるということができます。そうすることで、よりスムーズな映像になるということが あります。では、どうやってやるかということですけども、このクリップ、今入れたクリップがありますけど、このブルーのクリップ、上に上げましょう。上の方に、こういうふうに持ってきます。そうすると、上のトラックにクリップが乗っかりました。で、このクリップの長さを変えるんですね。この編集点を掴んで伸ばすと。で、どのくらい伸ばすかというのがですね、このチップに表示されまして、プラス200というふうに出れば2秒伸ばしたということになります。で、その下は全体のこのクリップの尺ですね。最終的な尺が表示されます。1秒15フレーム伸ばしてみましょうか。1秒15フレーム伸ばしまして、ここで止めます。そうすると、こんな感じで。はい。映像の切り替えタイミングと音声の切り替えタイミングが違う。
unique is the whole motto of how we started. What unique is the whole motto of how we started. Is
よし。いやI will take a nap. Learning. Moving. Editing is over. 今日はなんだか眠いので、寝て、起きたら、また、やります。じゃあ、Have a good day. Have a good night. おやすみ。